Yeah,
No,
but like the game is called FTL.
I think I've seen it before. I don't think I've played it though.
It's fun.
yeah, it's a pretty seriously popular one.
Yeah. Somebody made a FTL came out a while ago, I think 10 years. Somebody made a spiritual sequel to it with a Warhammer 40K skin, and it's really good.
I still need to finish Rogue Trader.
Right, I do too. But I got hooked on Void War last night because I was like, "Oh, what's this FTL? Modern FTL? Oh no, it's 8 in the morning."
Oh no.
Love when that happens.
Right. So if I'm a little slow today, I apologize. My brain's moving at not FTL speeds.
Let go. How can I pick the beads out if you won't get out? It's stuck in the container.
Oh no.
Right?
Well, while you struggle with your picky pad, I'll go ahead and quickly recap last session and the shenanigans that ensued within. As we picked up in the mid to late morning of the 28th day of the 5th month of the year, the calendar of which I've created names for, and if I ever feel confident enough to share them, this one would be called Casa.
Heck yeah. And not May.
28th day, yeah, not May, just not May. Rose in their T-Rose form with the Adonis buff Theron, Zatara riding upon their back had just leapt.
It's all your fault,
made the art. It was a joke until you showed me that art.
It wasn't.
And it became so much less than a joke and so much more.
I have no regrets. Well, maybe a little.
No, you shouldn't. No regrets. It all made for a great story. As Rose had leapt over the gateway and run out into the woods. Ken and Mia had left the Zatara estate to go about their date day, having been promised a vacation. Mia needed to see the sights, go to their local haunts around Lintier, especially go back to Green Walls, and just sort of bask in the memories of the last time you guys were here. As we picked up, I think that was kind of where we started, with Ken having to essentially trade some of the ingots that you had made for their gold value, which you learned was a little bit more complicated and required a cut from the local bank here, as well as some information gathered as to where this ingot, as well as the insignia, may have come from. The banker was polite and helpful, gave you 800 gold for the 100 platinum worth
Ripped
ingot.
you off.
No. It was a money trade. There was a transaction.
30% or
It's
20%? That's a lot.
It's fine.
No. The treasure in you cries.
Right. You headed out into the city to go back, as I said, to the tavern that you had eaten at last time you were here in Lintier, as well as go back to the Grand Fountain Square where you had purchased some small gifts and knickknacks and pretty much just spent the whole day and the beautiful afternoon walking around this forest paradise city that is very reminiscent of the Feywild. Well, Rose and Theron had themselves a little tryst at the edge of the perimeter, having run to the end of their polymorph. Rose transformed back into normal Rose, making an effort not to knock Theron unconscious in the fall that was going to happen, before tumbling down to the ground with him and making their move. He was a little bit taken aback, having thought that they were just messing around with Aerith, but you convinced him, no, not necessarily just messing around with Aerith. Definitely part of it. And he was on board. And as we faded to black, unfortunately for two of the members of your party, love finds a way.
Don't say it like that.
Unfortunately,
as the mental connection that bound the five of you together through the new circlet of love was unintentionally activated in the
I'm working on
moments
it.
of passion.
New magic.
Yeah, new magic. Who does? Eodos and not Nicholas, Aureus. I had looked at Nick's token, were granted a unfortunate front row seat to the day's affair out at the edge of the forest, or at the edge of the city within the forest. Meanwhile, Aerith had sought the counsel of his mother and family on what to do that night. What do I do? Because he had a date. One that he was not obliged to go to. It was an option. And it was one that was entirely up to him as to what he wanted to do and what he wanted out of the rest of his adventure here and the adventure called life. Ifalna gave some motherly advice that you can only gain through 400 years of motherhood and raising 5 other well-established and well-adjusted elves who have each found their own little niche within the world to live in. He went and spoke with Ravillana a little bit more, who had some questions as to where all of this came from with the archive. And then one big one. And she asked you to give her the archive key so that she could protect it. You were a little brusque. She definitely didn't expect the one word no.
You have the key to protect it. No.
No.
It was something else.
Or no, it was specifically not right now.
Oh no, it was specifically no.
No.
he got around
no.
to not right now when she was like, okay, I think I understand, and asked in the end if it could be brought to Candlekeep. She implored you to protect it, as this key represented the antithesis of everything that her and her order stood for, as the keepers of the cloister who protected dangerous knowledge from getting out into dangerous hands, the key to an archive that has all knowledge accessible to anybody who just knows how to look for it. Very dangerous. I think in the end, Aerith understood the risk that he carried with him, and she felt like she'd gotten her point across, at least.
What's the worst that could happen?
Eodos and Aureus, along with Nicholas, spent their day wandering the city, just taking in the sights, enjoying the livelihood of this very isolated kingdom. As much of the other cities in the Sword Coast have been exposed to the cult's shenanigans over the last 25 years, Lintier has been pretty much untouched, save for what happened with Narenvain due to him being the prince. The forest protection of Fairlin keeps the city from being beset by raiders or thieves, and anyone who comes into the city comes into the forest to do any harm ends up finding their way lost and then quickly out of the forest, because that's what Fairlin does. So being here with these people who have endured hundreds of years and go about their lives as though nothing in the rest of the world has changed is both surreal and peaceful, as you take all that in through your day's meanderings. Rose and Theron eventually returned later that afternoon to I think it was a slug on the shoulder from Eodos due to the little bit of
I think that was at the very end.
The end.
I don't
okay.
remember.
I remember he confronted you about it, but you guys had returned. Dinner was had. You spoke with the entirety of the Zatara clan all around the dinner table and learned a little bit more about them and their history. Rose convinced Theron to take a bet, one that he really didn't have a way around or out of, so he just sort of agreed out of good nature to get the rest of the Zatara clan as drunk as possible. And while some of them were untouchable, unfortunately, Ravillana not much into the whole drinking festivities thing. You did manage to secure Tristina,
she was the important one.
Yeah, Leovalur, Vafir, and Fina, all in Madame Zatara's comfortable lounge where you shared stories, told jokes, and drank into the wee hours of the morning alongside Eodos and Aureus. Actually, I think Aureus was there. He wasn't there. He was Nicholas. Yeah. Ken had been shown the changes made to the demiplane by Mia in the time that she's been on Mechanus. She's been diligently working away at turning that 30 by 30 or 40 by 40 space, can't remember how big it is, into a comfortable little apartment for the two of you, filled with beautiful multicolored lights that twinkle around in the ceiling, like in the corners, as well as a humongous comfy bed, all with things procured by the Motrons or built by Stir and Nick magically, as well as herself over the last couple weeks that she's been there in Mechanus. And as you guys enjoyed your hour of kind of privacy, it's 30 by 30, okay, and solitude, you eventually did have to return to reality, and then finally just made your way into the mansion to rest and probably just resume, the
They
activities.
joined us with the drinking for a little bit, but I don't know if you actually drank.
That's right. Mia got so drunk she fell asleep, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. And then you carried her once she got too drunk. Carried her to the mansion. Thank you.
Because Ken told them about like some stuff, I think, when we were. And was that when you invited them to go with us to Erebor?
Correct.
Yes, because Fina and Leo wishes to get some training in artificery, and Fina wants she wants a gun blade. She wants a weapon.
And she wants a gun.
She wants to be able to shoot fools from a distance and stab them with the same weapon. She's gonna learn what proficiencies are here soon, but that's fine.
She'll figure it out.
She'll figure it out.
Exactly. She's talented, dedicated.
Dude, strangers accident once or twice.
What'd you say?
Yeah.
I said she might accidentally hit a stranger once or twice. In her
Fine.
but it'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
If Aureus can teach Rose how to use a shield, she can learn how to use a gun.
I feel like it's much harder to learn a gun blade than it is to, I have shield, let me put it in front of me.
She's much more of a practiced warrior than Rose was, though.
Fair enough. Fair.
Fair
I guess
enough.
we'll find out. But meanwhile, while the drinking within the Satara estate...
Yeah, I still have it. I still use it.
Yeah, it's still on your arm, right?
Mm-hmm. It's kind of like built in a little bit more to like my whole aesthetic than it was, but I still use it. Yeah.
No.
Never forget.
Without it, my AC would be like 17 or 18, I think.
But at the deep edge of the forest, in a hidden glade, at the spring of a small creek, Aerith went ahead of time to his date with 2 hours to spare. I had planned things already. Like I don't adjust the way the NPCs are going to do things based off the choices you guys make. So I knew Zach was going an hour ahead of time, which means you beat him.
Showed him up.
Yeah. And as you got there, kind of ahead, and sat in that old familiar place, the conversations the two of you had had, the last conversation the two of you had had, playing in your memories, you stared up at the moonlit sky and out into the forest, bit your nails a little bit, waited, until finally you heard rustling in the distance and saw Zach approaching with a medium-sized basket kind of hung off on his right arm, with a bundle folded up on the top. And as he turned the corner, he looked like he was kind of talking to himself a little bit before he recognized that you were there, and was taken a little aback, but was pleased to see you, and began to set out his picnic. And while he set out the blanket and all of the accoutrements for the evening's discussions, wine, cheese, bread, you started to talk. He had many things he needed to say, and he didn't say them all correctly. He got there in the end, but he kind of fumbled over himself, and his pride got in the way a little bit before finally he apologized for everything that he had done that wronged not only you, but himself. And you forgave him. And not much more was said after that. You guys spoke more with actions rather than words. But the next morning came, still sitting on that picnic blanket in the woods as the birds chirped around you, and you awoke from your trance to see Zach also awaking from his. Back in the estate, oh, the drinks went late. Oh boy, you got sloshed, and
Hell yeah.
eventually had to retire to bed. That's right. Mia and Ken were in the lounge, and Mia had fallen asleep, and so Ken had decided it was bedtime and needed to open the mansion.
Yes, yes.
And
Rose
had
being a dick wasn't helping. So I
Yeah.
had to basically wake up Mia to help me open up the door. And with it, the attendants inside were a little different.
Yep,
A little different.
her dreams become reality as she pumped just a little bit of magic into the key, just a second level spell slot to top it off, and changed the mansion just ever so slightly. The two of you retired to your room, passing by the saber-toothed tiger Ken and the lunar fox Mia as they ran down the halls and played with each other and jumped around. While within the lounge, the Zataras came face to face with higher level magic for the first time, as they'd heard of things like pocket dimensions and planes. But guys, 7th level magic is rare.
It's a bit much.
It's a bit much. It's not something these people see very often. They all took teleportation circles to get here. None of them cast them, and they all paid a pretty penny to do it. So when Tristina opened that door and poked her head through, and there was a mansion in there, and her 3 natural 1 addled state broke her brain just a little bit.
Fine.
You invited them to stay with you in the mansion, but seeing as they were within their own family home, they opted instead for their comfortable bedrooms. And while Rose chose to return with Theron to his, Eidos and Aureus, actually Aureus and Nicholas, you slept in the guest room, if I remember correctly, and Eidos returned into the mansion.
Nick was in the guest room.
Aureus
and
walked to the
Eidos went to the mansion.
Mansion, that's right, because the next morning you guys did your training together. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you guys. Team effort. My brain doesn't work right.
Finally got my fucking training done.
Yes, you
Right.
did. Awakening the next
Fine.
morning, Aerith and Zach, being elves, only needed to transfer 4 hours, so while you were up late into the night talking and enjoying drinks and each other, you woke up before everyone else and chose to take a slow ride home, as sharing the broom of flying with another makes you move at half speed, but
It's
a
still
good
pretty
pace.
fast.
It's
Faster than
slower than
walking.
walking speed,
Oh.
because it's 50 movement, right? I think it's a 50 movement flying.
Flying speed of 50 feet.
Hmm.
And
So a little
Boom.
slower.
it can carry up to 400 pounds, but its flying speed becomes 300 feet carrying over 200. So 30 feet while carrying 200.
Okay,
So
so
about walking.
speed. Yeah,
Yeah.
walking speed. Okay. All right.
I'm just not
As
walking,
you-
so hey.
Right.
Right.
Strolled back upon the broom and enjoyed the forests of Lintier. Your party awoke within the mansion and within a state and set to training. Well, 3 of you set to training. 1 of you slept in because alcohol. Alcohol has an effect on the brain and the body.
Nah.
Within the mansion, Eidos and Aureus continued their training of cold endurance and cold mastery, while Ken delved deep into his own spirit and unlocked that final bit, being granted a gift. And as his scales shimmered with a kind of platinum radiance, You are finally done with that training.
Fucking
Hooray.
finally.
Rose awoke a little bit later to find a note folded up with their name on the front and a glass of water on the bedside table that was already lukewarm, tepid. He drank the water slowly and read the note. That just stated that he hadn't forgotten his bet and to make sure you drank some water. You headed out from Theron's room and went up to the library to find
Went
Ravalana.
to breakfast first.
Yeah, breakfast.
Ah,
Dinner,
breakfast
lunch.
first. Okay, thank you. Breakfast within the manor, joining with everybody
Yes.
else. You didn't do training that day, did you?
No,
No, okay.
I just went down to the kitchen to see if there was breakfast, and I think Leoveler and Prina were there,
Right.
and then Ken joined later.
Ken joined later, hit you guys with that wonderful
Yes,
lesser
that I
restoration.
didn't know he could do, and has never offered to before.
But clearing up the...
Never asked.
How do I know to ask if I don't know you could do it?
We like,
Cleaning
oh,
up
hey,
the-
Ken, is somewhere in that big brain of yours have something to help with hangovers?
That's
Eh.
too close to begging.
How is that? What?
Or asking for assistance. Same difference.
What are you, a man?
feel like isn't there like 3 of us that could cure your hangover?
I mean, I know you can do it, but Rose isn't going to ask Aureus, because that
I
seems...
think Aerith can do it too.
I can do it as
I-
well.
I thought
Well,
Aerith and
you know.
Ken do it as well.
Can Eodos
Apparently
learn lesser
Ken to do it.
restoration just to make it so that everyone but Rose can?
Oh.
Just out of spite.
Just
Yeah,
out of
right.
spite.
Just
I could give you my ring of spell storing.
Spell story.
Right.
and store the spell lesser restoration.
Yes.
Let's see. Artificer, Bard, Cleric, Druid, Paladin, Ranger, Occult.
What
Not
if
Warlock.
Eidos picks up lesser degradation? That way, when they kill their hangover, he can make them hungover
Bring it
again.
back.
Or make it worse.
Yeah, right.
Oh no.
Go ahead and
He's
reverse
too strong
that for
already. We don't need that.
you. That's the only thing it does, though. It just gives hangovers. Unfortunate.
Aerith, we
Yeah.
need you to develop a new spell that makes you instantly drunk.
Let me get into the book dimension.
It's just called moonshine. You've heard of moonbeam.
Right.
This is just moonshine.
Moonshine.
Moonshine. Also, your book dimension is still being used currently.
As it's still early hours in the morning. 24 hours has not hit yet. And as Rose sought out Ravalana, she was still within the book
I have a
dimension.
question though, which I
Hmm.
should have asked the last time, because I
Hand
had
wave.
opened.
It's hand wavy. I know, but I didn't want to have to be like, oh, you have to wait to bring your sister in. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Well, no. It's more like because I had opened the book dimension like right as I started training for my herbalist kit. So wouldn't that close the dimension in Ravalana's room?
Let's see.
Oh, that would be unfortunate. That changes things a little bit.
You're out of there.
Right.
Yeah, right.
Hold on, 'cause
Yeet.
you did do your training when you got back.
Which required the
Would
book
would you have
dimension.
kicked your sister out of the book dimension, or would you have just walked your ass
See, the
over
thing
there
is,
where
like,
you knew it was?
It's not something that like you can resummon it within those 24 hours. It's a once per 24-hour thing, and then after
Oh,
24 hours
okay.
it shades. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. It's like you had opened it later in the day before, but I didn't want to like get stuck up on those details.
So then,
I mean,
Yeah,
you could.
I mean,
you could
you'd
just
have
be
to go
in there.
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
then I would have just gone to Ravalana's
Which means
room.
you're
Okay.
there when Rose comes in.
Yeah.
Yeah, then you were there like tucked off in one of the corners working with your herbalist kit when you heard the conversation between Ravalana and Rose, and then heard Rose begin to tell her the story of the time you all met the gods, as that was where we had left off last game, with Rose beginning the tale of probably picking up within the March of Dragons, because everybody has heard of the March of Dragons at this point. You know, you have 2 adult dragons attacking a caravan of people on the Sword Coast, that story gets spread pretty quick because usually the chromatics don't work together, and to have a black and then a red,
Specifically to murder us.
yeah, word got around.
That was so long ago.
So-
Right?
I was thinking about it today. Since today is the 29th day of the 5th month, you guys came back at the beginning of February, essentially, the 2nd month. That means that we are now 4 months of adventure since you came back from the dead.
Damn.
All of this has happened in 4 months. A single
Yeah, right.
school semester. One.
Oh boy. We can't
It's
get a
crazy.
break. I guess I got a break. But
Right.
that was because of
Yeah. A forced break.
So, as we pick up here, I think Ken and Mia are still within the dining room with the other 3
I think
Zataras.
he had to reset Discord for a second.
Yeah.
Ah. I see it now.
There we go.
So, quick question: how much gold is in our guild fund?
1.
Okay.
Didn't we
1
just
gold.
got a giant pile of gold?
And a lot of raw material, but no gold.
Okay,
Like-
how much is that all worth?
I don't know. We haven't sat and counted it.
I thought we calculated.
As treasurer, I cannot give you a definitive answer at this time on how much we may or may
We
not
need to
have in
send
raw
you
materials.
to accounting school.
I don't think that's part of the curriculum.
Orient's out here saying our treasure's slacking, dude. We gotta file a complaint. We gotta go talk to HR.
Bro, I don't. It depends. It depends on who you sell it to. It depends on how much they think it's worth,
All right,
how
give
much
me
cut
a
they take.
rough estimate. Of
Rough
how
estimate,
much
like 800,000 between the guild and Starfall.
800,000. Is
Yes,
that enough?
in raw material. That is not
What?
gold.
Hey, we're
No,
building
don't
the
worry
country
Don't
here.
worry about it. Don't worry about
Yes.
it. Gotta
Is
remember
that
how much it
enough?
costs.
What?
Hold on.
The
We're
fuck
gonna
are
build
you
a
planning to buy?
city-state, but yeah, like, are you plotting to go to war here?
Hold on.
Are we gonna take over the sword real quick?
I
How much
mean,
did I say we
Fight
got?
fire with fire against Colt.
I got the price. I got the price. I got the price. How much
I
did you say we
will-
had?
material. Tier reels.
Alright, I think we got enough gold. It's fine. It's fine.
Are you sure? That's only
Yeah.
the wealth of nations.
I might take a
No.
chunk of that. Don't worry.
No.
Don't worry about it.
I will
No.
say, I've told Ken, it's all in ingot form right now.
That's what I'm saying is like we don't have the money just like
have-
as money.
We
You
can trade
have
it.
capital, you have assets, but no liquid coin at the
I
moment.
feel like if I went to a store, like if I gave you 20 gold ingots, would that cover?
They wouldn't
that?
know what the fuck are they gonna do with that?
They could use that.
It's gonna be
They would-
like, you know how certain places are like, hey, we don't take bills over 50. Yeah,
Right?
you're trying to hand way more than 50 to
Yeah.
somebody that
Okay.
doesn't want to take
Change
it.
for
I'm
this?
pretty sure at the magic shop we have handed way more than 50. I think
Yeah,
they'll take gold blocks.
And actual gold.
But-
though.
They're not a pawn shop. What the fuck is the magic shop gonna do with
I'll use it for enchanting. I'll use it for enchanting.
We buy gold and silver and platinum and copper.
in ingot form at a 60%
I'm
markdown?
work
Proprietor's gonna be
charismatic.
like,
I'm
yeah,
sure.
let me
I
grab
can-
the Sinus Stone. I know a guy.
I've got a friend who knows stuff about these things. Let me bring him in. He'll give us a good assessment.
Yes.
Either way, we do not have access to any of that stuff, and you do not have privileges to go and take it from the guild.
It's all stuff that's happening currently. We'll get there. We'll get there. He technically does have access into your guild fund. Everyone does.
Yeah, the guild fund, not the pile of.
I mean,
Well, not the pile
Whatever
that
the fuck
got
this
sent to
is.
Starfall.
even
yeah,
you guys
well-
don't know exactly what happened to any of that because Emmeline and Hendir dealt with one half of it, and the Vanguard dealt with the other halves.
But so
I'm
in
sure I
liquid,
can haggle my way to get at least 15,000
Aureus?
pieces.
in liquid asset, you have 1 gold.
I can finagle 15,000 gold somehow. I will find a way.
I will tell Emily
15,000? What are you
Tell you
spending?
no.
15,000?
Don't.
No, we're
No.
now I
I'm
gotta
worried
know,
about
dude.
it.
Not even from I love you because I'm down, but that's what are you trying to do with
Absolutely not.
15,000 gold?
I just want to buy something. It's fine.
No.
Listen, if
bought
Rose
an
can
extremely
if Rose
friendly
can buy that
potion.
crazy potion, yeah, we can let Orius. But I gotta know what you're trying to buy, dog.
was-
It's gonna kill me not knowing.
No,
This
that's
is
the fun of
twice
it.
as much as I
That's
spent.
the fun of it. Y'all
I
have to
spent
wait.
7,000 something, just shy of 8,000. 15,000 is a little
To be
different.
fair, Aureus gets a higher reserve pool because he's not causing as much chaos.
It gets a higher
No, he's
reserve.
not.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate here because Black's not here to do this. You spent 7,000 when we had like 7,000 to spend. He's trying to get
Exactly.
15 when we have 800,000.
But we don't have that much.
It's not quite
not
the
available.
same.
Well, I guess that brings us to.
It's gonna kill me not knowing now, dude. I'm watching you like a hawk.
I have an
Lord.
idea, but I don't know if I'm
The
right.
only thing, the
I'm
only thing
willing
I
to watch
know
the show
of,
to find out if I'm right.
right? The only thing I know of is like 25,000 gold.
What's that?
Yeah.
Maybe I should ask what that is.
No,
Maybe I want to
if
ask
we don't
her
get to know, you don't get to know.
It's fine. They might not even have it. We'll find out.
Okay, all right. So
Orius is gonna be going down the street like platinum ingots for sale. Get them while they're hot. Need money fast.
Oh no!
Please don't.
So,
right?
well, Rose tells Ravalana a story for the next couple hours. Aerith, let's just say that Rose coming in here and seeing Ravalana, they didn't notice you in the corner. So you've overheard the conversation up till now of the things that she's been able to find. The most dangerous being that there are tomes in here that are only kept within the sealed vaults of Candlekeep, as well as things that were just published the day before or recently that have no right to be here so quickly, being copied immediately. Asked a few questions as to what Rose knew about Mistra and that disappearance, as some of the monks within Candlekeep had been trying to uncover that little mystery as to what was going on and the implications therein based off of what happened last time Mistral, or the god of magic, did what she does sometimes.
Apparently.
You pretty much assured her that that's what happened, which was not what she wanted to hear. And that everything was fine. It's all fine. It's good. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, talk to
what
me
I
if you have
remember.
more questions.
Yeah. So, Aerith, as you're wrapping up your training, what would you like to be doing?
That's a good question. I mean, there's nothing in particular that I currently need done. So.
Okay. Do you just join for story time to sit with Rose and Ravalana and help fill in any details that they may miss?
I guess, yeah, I'll try then. I'll try
Nope,
to.
until we run out of time and get Yoda out of this place.
Yep.
It's
Okay.
about to happen pretty soon.
You got 2 hours, just long enough to get your story out. Then within the dining hall, as everyone kind of gathers together, Tristina and Leo Valur, Fina's hangovers being cured through the arcane device that you carry
Fina ran
with
hers
you.
off.
Oh, that's
if I
right. She
remember
ran hers
right.
off. Yeah. She ran.
Because he only had to use 3 spells.
You're right. Thank you.
Yeah. Remembering things too.
I appreciate it. So, as we come to there, is there anything the three of you guys would like to be doing? What's your plans for today? What do you guys want to do?
Who is this question for?
Ken, Eodos, or Orius, if you guys have anything, or
Ken with
I guess
BRB.
Ken, BRB, yeah.
Hmm.
Or if you guys are just kind of in holding pattern until the next stop, which I think was Eriabor.
Yeah, I think that's what we're doing.
No problem. I'll see if Ken has anything, and then we can just jump forward.
It's nice when we can just visit somewhere and things not go south, huh?
The whole
Yeah.
city doesn't explode.
I think this is one of the first times we've gone to a place and then shit didn't blow up.
I kind of tried to blow it up in Era's face.
Hmm.
Just because it didn't blow up in your guys' face doesn't mean it didn't
Mentally
blow
blew up.
up.
Emotionally.
He almost shot Rose.
Yeah.
As funny as that would have been, I'm glad.
There's still time, I suppose.
It's still on the table.
It's fine. It worked out. You should thank Rose now. It all worked out.
You should thank those now.
I guess we'll have Ken do anything he wants to have done when he gets back, because I know there was one more thing that you wanted to get done before you leave Lintier. So, up within the library, as you are telling your tale to Ravalana within the archive within the library, you kind of reach the end where you're talking about them sending you back and awakening within that massive frozen fortress within the sky, wearing cultist robes, and as you begin to describe it, the room around you starts to twinkle, like the lights on your eyes when you close them and push against your eyeballs. Aerith, you know what this means.
Ah,
The archive's closing.
Should go.
we should probably leave.
Okay, let me just get my books all gathered up. She starts folding
can
things
take-
up all nice and neat.
Yeah, you
twinkling
can
gets-
take whatever you made, I think, right? And nothing that actually belongs here.
Whatever you made
Okay, good.
and brought inside. You
My
can't take
journal,
any books
perfect.
out.
Okay.
Yeah. Rose will pick up their breakfast again since Ravalana didn't touch it and walk backwards out the door.
I forgot
Bye.
you gave it to her. Yeah, she did not touch it. Okay. As you head out the door, Aerith, you follow?
Yeah.
Okay. The twinkling gets brighter and brighter as she bundles up her books into the bag that she had brought in, kind of tucks away the quills and the ink, and turns, slings her bag over her shoulder and walks towards the door. And right as you're standing out, pass out of the threshold, you see it sparkling on the other side, and then it vanishes, and there's this little circle that just shunts Ravalana out. She didn't move fast enough. Not quite fast enough.
Okay. At least it just kicks you out and you don't get stuck in there forever, huh?
Yeah.
That happened.
I mean, it can happen with some spells. I wasn't sure exactly with this one, to be honest.
Okay, I'm glad I know that now and not lead with that next time.
I told you to leave. I told you we only had a limited amount of time.
She kind of looks at you, her head tilts left and right. You did, that's fair. Okay, she kind of shuffles over to the little table, sets her bag down on it there in the library, and takes out the book again. I'm going to make better sense of these notes. Turns around and looks at you. Was there more to I'm sure there's more to the story, but any more you wanted included right now?
I mean, pretty much gave you the full rundown as far as I can remember.
I mean, this is something incredible. We've heard of people interacting with the gods, but for
Not
them,
interacting though.
yes, this imagery of your souls as stars is beautiful.
Felt a little fucked up. Not gonna lie. I don't recommend it, I guess, especially since it, comes with having to get brutally murdered. So.
No. I'm going to do everything I can to avoid that. I have no intention of meeting the gods anytime soon.
Well, that's good. But, well, you have fun with your books. Sleep at some point, or eat, or both. But I'm not your mom, so Rose just gives him like a 2-fingered salute and walks out the door.
She, as you say that, she kind of like had picked Quill up and she like straightens her back. I am very hungry. Thank you. Oh, you're gone. Looks over at you, Aerith. They are the strangest, nicest person I have ever.
Sure, if you want to go with that statement.
They kind of just look at the door. You don't think they're nice?
They're nice. They just have their moments.
I see. I suppose you do have a different perspective traveling with them.
Yep.
Like stands up and walks across the room, and you hear her stomach grumble. Yes, I need food. Looks at you. Thank you for letting me live in there for a little bit.
Yep. It's definitely an interesting place to get a lot of knowledge.
Nods. Not the way I would phrase it, but we've had that talk, so I trust you. When you're done, come and see us at Candlekeep, okay? I think you'd actually like it there.
Probably.
Walks kind of like right up to you and like reaches out to you and gives you kind of a chaste hug. Okay. It's good to see you, little brother.
Good to see you too. Now get some food in you already.
Yes. She's gonna head on down to the kitchen, so.
She'll probably pass Rose, because they didn't go very far, but if you want to switch back to...
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, while Rose is finishing up their story and you are wrapping up breakfast here with the Zataras, what is your plan for the day? Because I think you and Rose both have something you wanted to do here, or did you have anything else you wanted to do here?
No, I'm set here. I got my money, got my date yesterday. I guess besides the thing that I want to do, I guess the two things of note is like putting ideas to paper for Fina's Gunblade, and to make sure to have a mission report ready to go to give to him when we get back.
All right, go ahead, roll me intelligence as you finish up your breakfast here and kind of get a plan going with the other Zataras. That you'll need to get in touch with Rose to find out what the plan is for the day, but once you know when you're leaving, you can reach out to Leo and Fina to ensure that they can come with you, as you had invited them. You take a...
Think about it. If he commits it to writing like that, does that mean could they have shown Aerith's sister the fucking mission reports in there, so she could really get an idea of everything that's happened?
Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, so all of Ken's inventions put to paper, all of his mission reports, they're in the library.
If she wanted to look for it, yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, it's true. Anything that's been written down and recorded is part of that archive.
Gonna use a charge of my Puzzler's Wit Ring just in case.
You just gotta know what you're looking for.
Like faulty info left in there. Now there's pressure anytime he writes it down.
Committed to words for eternity. Hey.
Well, you sketch out your plans. So, aesthetically, we, as Final Fantasy fans and aficionados, know that there are two types of gunblades. There's the Gunbreaker blade, which is what the breaker in the Firedale used. And then there's kind of more what you built for Aerith, which is, in my opinion, closer to what the Garlean used, where it was like a barrel with the blade underneath it. You'd have to
Actually,
study.
I was thinking more FF13 1.
Yeah, that was always how I am.
Okay.
Whenever he was talking about
Oh,
like rare gun combo.
that works. I hadn't thought of 13s. I forgot that Lightning had a gunblade too.
Really?
Yeah,
The
I
biggest thing.
didn't really enjoy 13 very much, as I've stated before.
We had that whole conversation.
Fair
It's
enough.
been recorded for
Yeah,
posterity.
13's a little bit of a chore, so it's fair that you forget about that.
Right. So that was the one that you had in mind for Aerith, right? Like how
Right.
Aerith
For
transforms. Okay.
Fina.
Yeah. I was gonna. Yeah. This was gonna be for Venus.
Okay. Okay. More
I
of the-
think we went for a ruby.
Yeah, mine was more
Background.
Ruby style.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool. Then, as you kind of start putting sketches to paper and diagrams, Fina leans over your shoulder. Hold on a second. Hold on. Leaves the room. You hear stomp, and then stomp. And she goes up and down the stairs and comes in, puts her sword down on the table in front of you. Base the dimensions off that one. This is what I know how to use. Take measurements and use it to inform your schematics, changing little bits here and there, adjusting the way the blade structures itself and kind of anchors its weight. All of this taking a couple hours, during which time Mia finishes up her breakfast, talks with Nick a little bit about what's been going on back on Mechanus, just about how she mostly just asks him how he thinks each of the Modrons is doing by name, and I'm sure they're doing fine, my dear.
One by one.
Yeah, it's just one by one, and she just sort of fills the time with silliness and conversation with Nick. Eventually, the archive is shunted closed. Rose, you leave the room. Ravalana leaves shortly thereafter, followed by Aerith, and you were waiting out in the hallway, Rose.
Yeah, they're kind of. So I'm not exactly sure how. I guess the house looks or is like set up. There's like a big spiral staircase, right?
So it's
Around the middle.
the center of it is this massive, like 60-foot wide trunk of a tree. And the stairway is built into that trunk with all of the rooms going out onto these huge branches that are like 6-7 feet in diameter coming out from the tree at various heights. And the rooms are all built, structured into it. It's like the biggest, most complicated treehouse you've ever seen.
Right. Okay. So is there like a landing or like the stairs that kind of is above where like the main foyer is or looks out over that direction?
Not really, because the main
Not really?
foyer is built
Okay.
into like the base of the tree, and it comes in, and then the stairways go up off to the right, and it kind of just spirals up around in that counterclockwise spiral around the tree. So you can kind of
Okay.
come to the top of the stairs where they kind of come around that bend and see down, but there's no like overhead landing.
Okay. I guess they'll kind of just stand over there, like leaned up against the wall, and I'm gonna send Theryd a message.
As Ravalana walks past you and nods and heads down to the cafeteria. All right.
More shenanigans.
I have a bet to win, or well, I won, but to cash in on.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
We're playing pretty fast and loose with a bet too. That's the funniest part, because like he wasn't really competing. He wasn't trying to stop. He didn't even bet against that you could. It was just the, hey, I'm gonna get them drunk and then you got to do what I say.
Yeah, and he said yes, so I'll take it.
He's a people pleaser. What can I say? 7, 8, 9, 10. 18. God, I love it when sending in's like on an and.
Yeah,
It's
he
so
doesn't
fucking
know.
great. The chuckle comes through low and filled with mirth.
Yeah, it's not worth sending another message. So, yep, Rose will just wait, I guess.
You're just gonna kind of chill right there on the entrance to the house, the estate.
Yeah.
That's 17. That's much better than your sister did on her roll. Okay. So while you finish up your plans, Leo and Tristina have gone out into, the rest of the estate, kind of return to their conversations, daily business, whatever they get up to when you guys don't have the spotlight on them and I don't have to be them.
And they're not getting drunk.
Right. That was a lot of fun, though. Ravalana enters into the dining room with a plate of her own of steaming, like, oatmeal and a little bit of fruit on the side. She nods. Good morning, everybody. Sits down, kind of like a little too close to the sword at first, and then realizes the table is definitely being used right now, and kind of stands up and shuffles down to the other side of the table, opposite from where she'd sat the night before, where there's room, and gets to eating. So, Aerith, are you following Ravalana into the dining room to group up with everyone except Rose?
I'll probably try and find Ken.
Okay. He's in the dining room with everybody except Rose.
With everybody else.
So yes. Then I leave the scene in the 4 of your hands, along with these 2 NPCs. Sorry, 4 NPCs, because I am also these guys. So many.
And our own NPCs.
Ken, I have a question for you when you're not busy.
Yeah, you just see his like tail wagging in concentration, like trying to finalize plans, and then he looks up and he's like, "Oh, hey, what's up? Good morning. Yeah, I'm almost done with these plans for your sister's gunblade. Yeah, just give me a sec."
Is it really going to be able to, like, do that whole flippy thing? I know you've drawn it in a few different states here, but that's going to be crazy.
Probably won't be the same. Maybe something similar.
Yeah, you wanted the weapon to be to this specific specification, so some things are going to be updated and changed in comparison to what I did with Air's weapon.
Right. Because, I need a blade that's actually got, like, a blade to it, not just... I mean, the rapier's cool. It's cool. But how are you going to stop, like, a great sword with that? It's just gonna break. It's gonna...
It should be reinforced with magic so it doesn't do
that.
Right.
Magic.
Forget the magic.
Solves everything.
Solves everything, yeah. Alright. She pats you on the back, like, wham! Well, I like the look of it, and I'm intrigued to see what the final result looks like.
Yeah, should be fun. Haven't done a gunblade in a while, so it'll be nice to, craft something, Well, I craft things a lot, but it'll be nice to craft something without having to leave like a day after to go potentially die.
I asked
guys
for
are real-
Gunbreaker soul gems before we left. That way we could give one.
Nope.
Aerith tried to get you guys to go back. He tried. He wanted the soul stones so bad.
We could always go
we'll have
back.
to go back eventually to cross into the next dale. So
It's true.
Yeah, if you want to speed run the training, just get the Gunbreaker soul gem. Job's done.
You guys talk using a lot of like cavalier language about dying and what soul stones. I feel like I need to have a lot more knowledge than I have in order to hold a conversation with you guys on equal levels.
Rock have information of past. Let you.
Wow. You're such a dick.
Me, smart, understand. I guess. He looks
To be
down.
fair,
like
we don't
Ken's
know
like
too much
actually
about
like
it either.
chuckling, like that's great.
To be fair, that's like the bare bones information that they gave us as well. So we
I know.
don't know as much as we're joking about.
Yeah, that's what makes it funny. She shakes her head. All right, well, find me when we're leaving. I'm gonna go. She looks over at Aureus, and then just turns and walks away.
I wasn't trying to be rude about it. I was trying to be funny.
She's trying to be funny too.
Actually, it means Rose is in here. This is perfect. Guys, is it okay if I borrow 15,000 gold, maybe a little bit more, when we get back to Erebor?
For what?
Dick.
A purchase. Yes, it's a purchase that is an investment, and I also want to donate some of it to the church. So
Well,
that's why I want more than
what
15,000.
kind of investment?
A good one.
That's not.
No information.
Yeah.
We need details, please. I'm begging you, dude.
I could give you details, but then that ruins the fun.
And
Oh,
Aureus is
God.
all about fun.
That is true.
Rose
To
is
be
really
fair,
about
I can
fun,
have
yeah.
fun every once in a while.
Yeah, I stand by it.
Is it
Keep 'em
just
in
something that
suspense.
you can't tell everybody, or is it
Oh
something
no,
that you can at least
it doesn't
tell
matter
one
if I tell you or
person?
not. It's just funny if I don't.
Well, can you at least tell one of us?
All right.
I'll tell you what.
Can you
have
give us a
vote
hint?
on
Can you
get to
shoot
vote.
us one hint?
You,
One word.
rock.
Not one. No, we're not.
Rock.
We're not doing that
Rock.
nonsense.
There
I
you
want
go.
Good ass
genuine hint. Not a. Don't listen to Rose. One word. We're not playing charades here. I want a hint.
Well, I already gave him a hint. My hint was rock.
That's
hint was
not no.
15.
Enos crosses his arm. No, get 15,000. I need a genuine hint here.
I feel like rock's pretty accurate.
It can
Man,
mean
I feel like
1,000
I
things,
know.
15,000 things.
Fine, I'll change the word stone. Is that better for
doesn't
you?
Wow.
help.
No.
I think I have an idea.
I think I have an idea, but there's so many.
Yeah,
Exactly. It's perfect.
yeah. So
God.
I see two options in my head right now. Which, yeah, granted, yeah, those cost a lot of money.
Yes. Very worth it though. Plus, I want a little extra piece.
Oh, I
want
think
to
I
donate to
might
the church.
know. Mm,
Question is, will anyone have them?
That's probably
Is the
not. I was
question.
gonna go there first.
You might
but
need to hit
if
up like a market only for nobles, for something like that.
I mean, that's where you guys shop. Manon's is pretty much only hit up by
Oh.
nobles. It's
Oh.
yeah.
Yeah.
Mundane
Yeah.
people. There are some mundane magical supplies where it's like enchanted hoes and shovels and things like that. But for the most part, commoners don't need magical equipment. Nobles don't even need it. They just like it because it's shiny. The only people who really need it are adventurers.
Yeah.
I feel like if you ask for enchanted hose, you're going to get pointed into two distinctly different directions.
Yeah, red light district and green light district.
Yeah, I was gonna go to Manon's, but I just wanted to get the green light in case it is available.
Well, if it's what I think it is,
Well, maybe we should check to see if it is available first, and then.
I mean,
I
if
just
it's
want
not
him to
available,
reveal what it is.
if it's not available.
Yeah, if you think you're gonna get to go to the store and buy it without me there when you're not saying it, you're out your mind.
I should go in the night.
He doesn't. You like
I should
fucking
go
boo
in
because
the
it's gonna
night.
kill him. The suspense is already killing him. But nah, he doesn't look scary. He's fine with it. Especially if we just got. I know we gotta find a way to sell him, like turn it into actual money. But 800K, 15,000 don't fucking matter, dude. Go for it.
Oh, yeah. It's not frivolous like Rose's purchase was. It does actually have important use.
That hasn't. Trying to defend
frivolous.
herself but can't.
Rose, you're
It
bad.
wasn't-
Sorry, I'm gonna take the opportunity to tease you.
While you guys are having the conversation, you hear the front door open, and Theron comes in wearing his overalls covered in dirt with gloves on, or I guess he's got gloves kind of like wrapped in his belly, he's patting his hands. Good morning, everybody. Has anybody seen Rose? They've asked me to look for them.
no.
You playing hide and go seek with you?
I suppose. Must be the first start of winning the bet. Kind of looks at everyone with a knowing and cheeky smile.
Gross.
Don't shame me, brother. You brought them here. Or
No.
introduced us.
Also no.
I do not know. What it is.
I shall be sure to thank you in any memories, but not in the moment. No. No. My attentions are elsewhere.
Uh-huh.
All right.
No clue where they are right now.
Yeah, and
Appreciate it.
isn't the whole point for you to find them instead of asking for help?
Hold on, Rose. Where are you? Means I can use the bond that we got thing going on.
It's not active right now.
Yeah, it's broken because we remember
Yeah.
slug Rose and then Aurora or Aerith in the shoulders for setting that whole nonsense up. So
That's right.
they broke it so they wouldn't flash us again.
Never mind. I wish I could help, but I do not have the means.
No matter. Just trying to expedite things. Hide and seek it is. How well are you hiding, Rose?
They're not hiding.
They're just sitting in plain
Actually,
sight.
playing hide and seek.
They're just like, I don't know if there's a railing like on the staircase or whatever. They're just like, yeah. They're just like draped across the railing, like waiting, watching.
Okay. Yeah, because like the staircase it's about like 8 feet wide, probably little 6 feet. So you can walk like two to a side. And then the outer edge, like the inner edge, is the tree that you're up against, and it's like you can see like the vines and things running up it. It is very well maintained as part of the structure and a living thing in this house. The outer side is treated, or not treated, but cut and shaped wood that forms like it's kind of like a tunnel that circles up around the outside of the trunk and has those little offshoot rooms on it. So there are walls and these like wide open windows built out of curved branches that are all like woven around themselves in that very elven one with nature way. So you're just sort of like leaning out, looking out over this massive tree, and through the branches and leaves you can see the city further out and the creek and river like flowing below here as you start to hear footsteps coming up the stairs. But down within the dining hall, was there anything else you guys wanted to finish up after Theron leaves?
No, just gonna finalize these blueprints, and then I guess should I start the mission report now, or I mean,
Well, was Aerith, you were asking Ken about something, right?
Yes, I was wanting to
yes.
know how much he can alter a magic item without it losing its original function.
Depends if it's adjacent to the magical effects, then maybe a little work can work. But if it's an effect that's completely different from the baseline, then we'll just need to basically start over from scratch.
I mean, you know that Rose has magical items that are combined together that Manon did for them.
No, yep, that is right, because he has that Cloak of Displacement +1. I personally don't know the process, but I think Manon does. So you probably have to ask him.
Then I'll ask
Push the
him.
items together really, really hard.
I'm
Just squish them
good, but
together a little bit.
I'm good, but not that good yet.
You're better than he is.
How do you know? You haven't tried it.
Yeah, well,
I bet you could get 3 items in one.
maybe.
How many magical items can I shove into one item? Let's
Oh,
find
no.
out.
It just explodes.
You
5
probably.
Like wrapping rubber bands on a watermelon.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys are pretty much just waiting until Rose is ready to head out for Erebor then?
Yeah.
Yes.
Then
I mean, out of character, we're gonna. I can only get 8 of us with teleport. I hope you know.
Teleportation circle.
No.
Yeah,
Well, I guess if you
we-
wanted
we
to
have
do circle, but
yeah.
I can also teleport us if we need to.
Says Mia.
We might
So
have we got quite a few people here, so we might
could you
need
keep
to
inviting NPCs?
Shut up.
I guess Triss isn't going. Is Leo? Rava's not
Leo,
going.
They
Bina.
could throw one
Ina.
of them in the bag of holding.
So it's everyone except for Rose.
No.
So yeah, we probably need to ask whoever's in charge of the. Oh wait, no, Eodos can do teleportation circle. I ain't got to do all that.
Talking to people.
Social interaction.
It's gross.
Actually, I guess it does. You can bring up to 9 total because it's you and up to 8 willing creatures of your choice, which is you and 8 others, which would be
Everybody.
Yep, that's it. Cool.
everybody.
Okay.
So it can technically work if you wanted it to. It's up to you.
Yeah. Do you want to spin that spell? 'Cause I don't mind doing it if you want to.
I will also say, let's find out how long Rose is going to be here.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Depends on what Rose
I have-
Shenanigans is up to.
I have plans.
Oh no!
Oh gosh.
If you have more fanfic to write.
We can leave Rose on a temporary vacation while we go to Erebor.
And they can teleport themselves back.
Yes.
I can.
We could, but then they get upset, and then who knows what they're gonna plan as payback.
Why would they get upset? We're
She
giving
already
them
got
alone
back
time.
at me. I don't know what else she can do with me.
As long as Rose does not get ambushed by the cultist, I feel like we're fine.
What if we let Ken hang here to write up his mission report, and he can let Rose know that we went on ahead, because he's probably going to need a little while to write his report up. That way, Rose isn't left in the dark, and if something happens, we can be contacted and come back, or vice versa.
We could leave a sticky note.
What's a sticky note?
Okay, we could leave a note.
You have that magical
Regular note.
inscription thing, Ken, where you can just leave
Illusionary
sparkling.
script.
Yep.
It's an artificer thing.
Magical
Remember,
thinker at level 2,
Oh my
baby.
God.
Bringing
remember
it back.
Cray used to do that. Remember he left that sign
Yeah.
up for Savid.
Oh my
It was just like,
God.
we'll come back for you, maybe.
Maybe.
Okay. Yeah. I guess I'll leave a note, sparkling note. It's like, hey, we went on ahead.
We
We're at-
actually
We're at base.
Get more
Hope you had fun.
inspiration.
As Theron smiles with the smile that you all know what it means, Rose is going to probably need another hour to 4 at tops, maybe. Start making other plans. go find Leo and Fina, and bring them together so that the 8 of you can be gathered up. And meanwhile, Rose, how much of the fade to black did you want to do? Because as you lean out the window and look out over the beautiful natural landscape of Lintier, you hear the footsteps behind you, but you don't turn. You don't acknowledge. Until finally you hear, found you. You weren't hiding very well.
Hiding wasn't the point. The point was for you to come to me.
Here I am.
Here you are.
Sizes you up a little bit and smiles. So, gives like a deep bow. I am at your service, winner of the bet.
What to do? They just like turn around and lean back against the banister and tap their cheek. Let's see. Do you have a safe word?
He looks at you.
No.
He smiles. Let's see. Let's go with cabbages today.
Today.
Oh, gotta keep things lively.
Interesting. You know, honestly, I kind of hope to get a little bit more of a reaction.
What of me? You think I'd be shocked about needing a safe word?
I don't know. I don't know what you're into, which is half the fun.
He kind of just like walks up right next to you and turns and leans against the wall next to yours. I've been around so many blocks, it would blow your mind. Try to show me something new.
Well, it's not new. Can promise you that. Okay. Rose will just reach out and put one hand against his chest and push him like backwards.
Okay.
Which up the stairs is a little. It's fine. He'll figure it out.
Yep. He can kind of like, as he feels the pressure, takes steps back with a smile on his face. He's not going to fall over, but he's going to let you be in control.
They will lead him to the lounge.
Okay.
Quick little snippet. As we were mentioning getting ready to leave, Aerith would send a message to Zach, letting him know.
Yeah, I thought you were supposed to talk to him and potentially your family before you leave. But, you know, that's up to you, I guess.
Push there and up the stairs, and you begin to push up to the door. It is closed, so you kind of like reach past and open it, pulling on the handle. Ifalna's in her lounge. She kind of looks up at the two of you. Anywhere else? Anywhere else?
We have a room.
Just smiles.
It just happens to be here.
She blinks at you, and then she looks over at the mansion door shimmering in the bookcase. She just... Roll me a persuasion.
28.
This isn't actually like higher than 28.
Oh boy.
I know.
Nat 20.
Okay.
Oh.
28. She just smiles. And goes,
Inspiration.
I do have an inspiration. Fuck it. 30.
There you go.
Damn it! That's what it was. She just like, she looks at you, she looks at Theron, and Theron just gives the smallest smirk, and she just, like, you see this, like, hitch in her chest, and she just, like, her face drops, shakes her head. So much like your father. Very well, I'll find somewhere else to read today. Closes her book, tucks it in.
You don't have to leave where you won't be able to. They just like gesture over the door. It's a separate entire building.
Dimension.
I'll still know. I'd just rather.
Well, you
Have
know
fun,
either
Theron.
way.
Yes, but if I know it's happening in a different room, far in a different part of the estate, then that's easier to not think about. Just walks past you, pats Theron on the shoulder, who stands a solid 16 inches taller than her, so she reaches up and pats. Thank you, mother. And have a good day. She walks past out the door, down the
That
stairs.
wasn't awkward at all.
No, not awkward. So the mansion then.
Keep going.
Okay. Should I go backwards or?
Yes.
Okay.
It's more fun that way.
Yeah. You push him backwards, and as you push him through the shimmering portal of the doorway, and then we fade to black. As you enter into your own mansion. Aerith, type me your sending.
Ow.
Type it.
I was gonna be a simple, hey, we're gonna be leaving soon.
Yeah, the words matter. Mr. serves the god of knowledge.
Mr. Texting your boyfriend that you're leaving the city.
Oh. Well, good news. Out of character. My new manager just said I got a pay raise.
Oh, hell yeah!
Hell yeah.
Hey.
That's
Apparently,
chill.
it
congratulations.
started on the 6th.
Nice! Retroactive pay raise. Gotta love that.
Good shit, good shit.
17.2. So, not too bad.
No.
That's not bad.
I gotta wait till next month when the new school year starts. That's when I get my adjustment. Hey. See, words matter.
Oh, is it too many?
No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, you had 8 more words.
Oh, that's fine.
How dare you not use all of them?
Why use many a word when few word do trick?
Because you're putting in the effort.
So doing something simply doesn't mean you're not putting in effort.
It is when you're smooshing a bunch of words together to make them fit into 25 words.
You don't need all 25 though.
One of these days we're going to trip into a dungeon that just turns the session into an episode of The Office, and we're all going to be looking at non-existent cameras when one of us does something stupid.
Aerith sends out his message. Do you wait here?
I don't know. How soon are we leaving?
I don't know. That's what you get in reply.
Well, I'll ask everybody. How soon are we gonna be leaving?
Can wait a bit. I don't know how long you're gonna take. Are you gonna take longer than Rose?
No, I will not take longer than Rose. Well,
You
one, I
sure?
have to say goodbye to all my siblings except for Theron. And 2, I'm waiting for
Except for
someone.
Theron.
I mean, yeah, if you want to do something really quick, go for it, I say.
Yeah, go take a bit. Ugh, can't word. Go take care of business.
I'll go around finding my siblings and saying that I'm leaving and wish them well.
Well, you're leaving 3 of them behind and your mother.
Yes.
4 technically, but Theron is preoccupied. So you don't say goodbye to Leo or Fina right now because you know they're both coming with you.
Yeah, they're
But
coming
as
with
you-
me, but I'm leaving. I'm saying goodbye to the ones that are not coming with us.
Okay.
And my mother.
Yeah, and your mother. Insight. Just a general insight check.
Insight. Where is insight? Insight.
Okay, 13. It's not bad. As part of the family, as the youngest in the family, especially among elves. The closest one to you, I think. Let me look back at your notes.
Other than Theron.
Is there in the closest?
He is
No,
the
Fina. Oh no, he is the closest.
He
yeah.
is the closest.
Yeah. So he was probably 60, 70 when you were born. It's pretty big age gaps between you guys. And being the youngest, and especially being the youngest when your mother was getting on in years, and you were probably going to be the last that was sired within this family, even before your dad passed away, you were always treated like a child. And then after he did, it kind of doubled down in both positive and negative ways. They coddled or demeaned, depending on the situation, and it wore in different ways. So coming home, seeing everybody, meant confronting all of that. As you say goodbye to your family, that coddling is gone. They still seem to want to joke with you, and Vafir makes an offhand comment about making sure to keep everything that was or making sure that you tell Rose to keep everything that was discussed the night before under wraps, because it's important that no one know what they have figured out. There's a lot more trust from your family, a lot more openness, and each of them says their goodbye to you, not with a don't die out there, but a if you were to not make it back, the family would truly feel this loss. So, for all our sakes, stay safe.
Trust me, I've got plenty of friends who will see to it.
They do seem like a very good set of friends. You have found yourselves wonderful companions, and I am so proud. As you speak with your mother, who is sitting on one of the small little overhang balconies high up in the tree. You had looked for her in the lounge, but you didn't find her. You saw the shimmering doorway, and 2 and 2 make 4. So you kept looking for her and found her sitting on this small little balcony, just overlooks the trees.
I will tell her I'm sorry about Rose.
Don't need to be sorry about them. They seem quite lovely. And I don't know if I've seen Theron so enraptured in a long time, so no need to apologize.
Just felt like I should say it.
I feel like they give you all that impression sometimes, that you all need to apologize for them. That's fair.
Not always, but...
Maurice has done nothing wrong.
Stay safe out there, and keep them safe. Keep each other safe.
I'll certainly try.
She stands up and gives you a big hug. And come home willingly next time, okay?
Sure.
Until things settle, we'll have the clan all here, so if ever you need family. You finish up your goodbyes, having killed about 25-30 minutes. The rest of you still down in the dining hall. Leo and Fina arrive. Leo with a small, pack slung over his back. Well, when do we plan on heading out? I just passed Aerith in the stairway. How long do we have?
I think Aerith wanted to say goodbye to everyone, and we're still debating on leaving Rose here because they're preoccupied
Doing Rose things.
with Theron.
I was about to ask if anyone had seen Theron, because I hadn't... Oh, okay. All right. I mean, good for them. Good for Theron.
Yeah. So, I guess once Aerith gets back, I guess we can just guess.
Head on
Eidos,
out.
Yeah, correct.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
Eidos,
get it.
if you'd be willing to teleport us back, or Mia, my dear, would you be open to also?
Yes, I'm not the only one.
She just shrugs and smiles, like, I don't mind. I can do it too. So it's, if we need somebody to teleport, I can do it. But if Eidos wants to take us, I don't know. Have I ever taken a teleportation circle?
Oh,
I don't think you guys used them because Mia just teleported everywhere, right?
Yeah, Eidos was gone. No
Mhm.
one else had teleportation circles, so yeah, this will be.
Okay.
And we weren't going to pay people to teleport us. I could just do it.
Yeah, that could be more fun.
We're too good for spending money on teleportation. It's beneath us.
Do you remember? You remember they charged us a shit ton of gold when we teleported in the gold one or the guild one?
It was like what, like 400 gold?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So
that was
it's
too
right.
much. Yeah, at that point in time, that was way too much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We didn't really have that much money.
Saved you a lot of time, though. You didn't have to walk.
Or
Are
ride
you-
horses.
Have the conversation. You hear the heavy slam of the iron knocker on the front door, and Fina kind of like perks up. Were we expecting guests? I'll go get it. Aerith, from high up in the tree, you also hear the knock on the door. How quickly are you heading to the door?
I misty step.
Okay, roll me a dexterity check with advantage.
You missed your step over the banister and drop down.
Okay. You hear the door knock. Fina stands up in the dining hall downstairs and kind of turns around and heads out into the stairway and goes down. It's one of the first rooms because like the kitchens are down near the bottom because you need to be able to have water and heat, both of which need to be mostly grounded so that you're not dropping heavy things from high up in the tree. And as she begins to enter into the main atrium, you right in front of her, and she
I got it.
Aerith gives you a salute. All right.
It's my DoorDash. Goodbye.
She turns around and heads back up the stairs. You turn, open. Zach is standing kind of just in the alcove of the front balcony. Aerith. Hello. You said you were leaving soon, so I got here as quick as I could.
Yeah. Let me also introduce you to my adventuring party.
Of course, yes. I'd love to meet them.
I'll bring him into the dining area.
You are so lucky that Rose is never going to meet your boyfriend. Every time he's been around us, they've been somewhere else.
Elsewhere, entertaining Theron.
Yep. That's what you did. You created Theron as the perfect distraction to keep him up.
Yes,
Zach.
all part of my plan.
Aerith walks in the door, hand in hand with Zach, or just with him following you.
Following.
Okay. Into the dining hall, and as he kind of like follows in after, looks out across the group of you and nods over at Eidos and gives him a smile. Good morning. My name is Zach Fair. It's nice to meet you all.
Guys, this is Zach. Zach, this is... And I'm, gesturing to everybody. Ken, his fiancée Mia, Nicholas, you already know my siblings, Aureus, and you kind of already know Eidos.
Yes, we briefly met yesterday. Gives you another nod. Thank you for passing along my message. It worked out spectacularly.
Glad to hear it.
Ken Silverlight, it's good to meet you, Zach. And then Ken looks over to Aerith with this face in particular.
Oh God,
walks
what'd you
over.
put? I will shoot you. I will shoot you.
He smiles and shakes your hand. nice to meet you as well. I've actually heard stories of you, and it wasn't until Aerith had dropped the name of your adventuring group that I realized it. But you are the Wanderers of Starlight, aren't you?
Yep, that's us.
You do know that you're something of legends within the cities. No one really knows exactly what you look like. Tales tell of a demon and dragons, magic that walks and dances, but it's all very... I don't know, it's as though the stories were written and spread by a bard.
Well,
Like, yeah, like Kendall's like legends, and then you say stories passed along by bards, and it's like, yeah,
Was
bros.
there a demon involved in one of our stories?
Hmm?
I said, was there a demon involved in one of our stories?
Eidos looks pretty
Eidos.
demonic from the outside.
I mean, that is not a actual demon.
he's not, but it just
They don't know
told by
that
a
though.
bard makes things exciting.
Exactly.
Part of the story is that we have a demon in our party.
The story
Ooh.
is that all aspects of life are banding together to stand against the cult of the dragons. From dragons themselves to the very demons that haunt our nightmares. And he looks over at Eidos with like a raise of the eyebrows and like a smile, like, I know it's you I'm talking about, but you were like... However, the
No
stories
offense, bro.
seem to... They misrepresent all of you. You are not so scary. Past first impression.
Rude. I'm not there.
Rude.
Rose worked hard to
I don't
paint
know.
that image of Eidos.
Terrifying as possible. I think Rose is truly the most terrifying of us all.
Looks down at you, Aerith. So where to next then, for you all? Where's your next stop?
We are going to Erebor.
That is very far south.
Mm-hmm.
It's along the river. Oh, he racks his brain while I bring up my.
The Shantar?
The Shantar is the one near Baldur's Gate.
Oh,
The
okay.
one with Fred in it.
I can't remember. It's not on my map. It's fine. My knowledge of
Just come up with a
geography
name.
Is
fails me
4.
in this moment. But I've heard of the city. It's said to be quite lovely.
It
Do
is.
you plan on returning anytime soon?
I don't know about soon, because we've got a lot of stuff to go through.
I understand.
But I'll try and keep in touch.
He smiles. I was going to ask if you had familiarity with the sending spell. If you can, it would warm my heart to know you're safe out there. I know how dangerous the field can be.
You sound like my mother.
Don't say that.
I was right. It's the Shantar.
It is the Shantar?
I think. No, wait. That goes by Elturel. Wait. Hold
Yeah,
on.
that's the one that
It
runs
goes all
by
the way
Baldur's
down
Gate.
though. It goes past the Erebor. I win.
Ah, okay. Hell yeah.
Ah,
Wait, now I'm curious. What did you win?
I don't bet
Everything.
things because I lose everything.
all the beans.
we gotta invest and always just have like half dozen sets of sending stuff moving forward because we always run into somebody who could benefit from having a sending stuff.
Yeah,
I
I'm
have
realizing.
I have another method of communication, which is the feathers taking letters.
That's true, you do. Feathers does. I totally forgot about Feathers.
I haven't summoned him in a
You
while
haven't used
since
him in
the
a
Fey.
while.
Yeah, it's because of the whole messed up situation with the Feywild. So
Yeah, when you were in the past, he didn't really exist. Well, he kind of existed, but he didn't know who you
And
The
were.
the Feywild was
concept of
well, the
him
Feywild was
existed.
locked,
Yeah,
and it was locked
crazy.
down, so he kind of was in danger of getting murdered.
yeah.
Yeah. You fixed all that now.
And I mean,
still
if you're cool with
cautious.
taking time to send and receive a response, feathers taking leathers long work, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, owls are the world's slowest birds, so.
So it's the world's slowest letter.
Whether it be
Just-
magical sending or letter, any message from you would brighten any day.
Just duct tape a bunch of sending stones together so you get like a giant block.
Last week, Ken making like a switchboard of sending stones, like Starfall switchboard, hold please. Starfall switchboard, hold please. Starfall
Who
switchboard,
can I
hold
connect you
please.
to?
You know,
Who
like
can I
the
connect you to? Thank you for
I will
holding.
connect you.
old phones that are like a giant brick, the old phones, like the first
Mhm.
phones.
Yeah.
It's just that, but it's a large block of sending stones duct
At
taped
that
together.
point, just make the telegraph, like actually make phone lines.
Right.
Just string phone lines through the wild.
Go steal the technology from
London. Or
no, the
yeah,
Takashi's place.
Acheron.
City.
Acheron.
Acheron, yeah.
I was like, alter out. Wait, that's not right.
Nope,
But yeah,
not quite.
Zach flirts with Aerith more.
Chris.
Stands amongst all of you.
Says the
Leo
one
just
bedoinking my
smiles.
brother. Come on.
Yeah.
Chris.
Raises his glass of tea. It's good to see you again, Zach. Would you like to join us for tea? I believe we are getting ready to leave, but could stand to have one more cup. Zach nods, sits down, and joins. Is there anything else you guys wanted to do before you head out?
I'll also mention
conversation?
Rose because I didn't mention Rose yet, and just say that she's currently occupied.
Bedoinking.
That
You literally, you just said you got to commit to it. They're bedoinking his brother,
they're bedoinking my brother.
which somehow makes it 100 times worse. I'm gonna be
Yeah.
real.
It really does. Never say that.
Gotta commit.
No.
I'm hoping Theron not for fear, but good for them? I suppose. Both of them?
Probably.
Rose is the
Gives you like a
reason why
raised eyebrow.
We're here right now, so.
Also, I mean, if you want to come along, if you have a couple hours, we can send you back after.
Yes, we are. We're going just for a short little excursion and then heading on back here. I can't spend more than a day.
Yes, bring more NPCs along.
Zach kind of just looks among the group and
It's up to you.
why not? Could be fun to see a city I've never seen before.
There you go.
It's so
And then
non-committal
Air says
to
that-
him coming
yeah.
through.
Yeah.
Aaron says, "Yeah, there you go." And then I look at him, it's like, "Oh, you wanted him to come." He doesn't say it. But he just
Don't
Stop being a
play
Tsundere.
coy.
You guys finish up tea within the dining room, gathering together everybody. You're gonna do teleportation circle or teleport? Which one?
Yeah, we got like a lot of people here, so we might need to do teleportation circle.
Yeah, and plus Mia mentioned she kind of wanted to take a teleportation circle. So she's kind of already like busting out the chalk on like, oh, we're still on teleportation circle.
Yeah, we got
Yes.
yeah, we got a full house here, so we might as well just use the circle.
Good.
How mad
Okay,
do we
we'll put
think
the scripture
Rose is
there.
gonna be when she finds out we abandoned?
We
Rose.
didn't abandon them. They were preoccupied, and we are on a schedule.
Besides, your friend left a magical little note here on the dining room table. And I know from experience it eventually goes away, correct? I've seen them. They come and go.
It won't
Graffiti.
damage
Mother
there
is not
forever now.
going
will
to see
not
this and be
damage
upset,
the
is she?
table.
I'm just looking out for you, little brother. I'm not going to. I won't take responsibility for defacing the table, but you know she'll blame you.
Yep, a static
What are you
visual
talking
effect
about? You're the one
appears on-
mentioning artificery all the time.
Yep, static visual effect appears on one of the object's surfaces. This
Uh-huh.
effect
Did you read the last part of it?
This chosen property lasts indefinitely. Oh.
Uh-huh.
All right,
Or
so
unless
so
you
you-
go back and touch it.
yeah, write it on a piece of paper.
Okay, so you're gonna do it on this instead.
Yeah, I'll just write it on a piece of
Okay.
paper. Don't want. I'd rather not have
There is an-
mascara yank
There is
my
another
ear.
way to do it. Well, there is another way to do it. You can make it disappear by using, because you can only have as many active as you have your int mod. So you'd have to use 5 more, like message 1,
Cycle it
message
out.
2, just to like cycle it out, just to philo it out.
Yeah.
Or FIFO it
So
out.
just like have 5 pieces of paper, or like 5 pieces of paper.
But you can leave it on a piece of parchment, and that'll just like fold it. Another note with Rose's name sparkling on the front of it. Folded on
Oh god.
It's a day of notes for Rose.
Apparently.
But as Eodos finishes up the circle, Nicholas looks on with approval as Eodos's arcane scripture is scrawled out and the circle is completed. The flash of black-purple energy manifests and the door opens to Iriabor. You guys stepping through? Or was there anything you wanted to do before you stepped through, before Eodos finished? Because
Sorry.
I'll quickly head to my mother and mention Rose, or I don't know if I would have mentioned her as I was saying goodbye, of leaving her here momentarily.
I think you would have. I think during that conversation, you would have been like, "Why are you up here, mother?" And she'd been like, "Your brother and your friend and that shining door."
Never mind.
Exactly. Just gonna go ahead and wash on past that one.
I did not want to be in the same room as their badoinking.
Not even in an adjacent room. I don't know what's on the other side of that door, and it could be one small room, it could be a mansion. They said mansion. I don't believe or trust them.
It's a very large mansion, much bigger than
Actually,
here.
I think she's seen it. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
you brought her in there.
No, yeah, we
she's-
did.
Yeah. Even though I know, it's still she just sort of like tapped the book. So she knows. She knows
Okay.
Rose is still here within the house.
And
That one friend that came over for the party, and then like the next day, all the other friends left, and you had to go to work, but they were still asleep because they were so drunk. And you're like, "Hey, mom, my buddy Jeff's sleeping downstairs. Just don't worry about
See
him."
him out later.
just kick him out as soon as he wakes up. Just you're fine.
Yep. Nope. I was definitely that guy at a few parties where I would get way too sloshed. Their parents were always so nice though. They'd make me breakfast with like greasy eggs and everything. It was so cool. My friend Tracy's parents were so awesome. But as you guys finish your preparations here within the dining hall, no other things that you were thinking of aside from talking to a
The
Falna?
meantime, between Arif saying goodbye to their parents and I guess waiting for Zach,
Mhm.
could he have had the time to write out like maybe not like a full report, but enough to I guess
Bullet
give
point.
him in time, and then when he has the time later, do the full report?
Sure. Roll me an intelligence check. See how
Here's the spark
efficient your
notes. I'll write it
spark
out.
notes are, your bullet points. That's how I do it. I go through and I like type out 2 sentences for each thing. Okay. You get pretty close to being up to date. You basically get up through the trial of Forge, leaving just Flash and Fission, as well as the final fight with the corrupted spirit of Ifrit. And of course, the shenanigans that have happened since then. But I don't know how much of those you actually include in your official reports.
Nah.
That's the Rose side of things. So it's like Rose tells the extravagant, beautiful,
Behind the
florid version of your story, and you have the really mechanically accurate telling of what's happening. And somewhere in the middle is the absolute full truth, you know? But you get through a good amount of the bullet point before the teleportation circle is ready to go. You fold up your notebook, tuck it away. Mia grabs you by the hand and goes, "All right, let's go!" And runs over towards the circle and leaps into it. And as she does, you disappears. You follow in?
Yep.
Okay. You each step through, and as you pass over that circular barrier, you all vanish and appear within the guild hall of Iriabor. To a somewhat shocked and confused looking Nesdin, who is currently standing watch of the teleportation circle and is the wizard on duty at the moment. As he, we weren't expecting any. Hold up! Oh, it's the Wanderers.
Hello.
Sorry about that.
Hey, Nazan. Sorry.
No worries. Just when the circle activated, I got a little bit concerned, but it's you all, so
You never call ahead.
you never call ahead. A message saves a heart attack. Save a life. Send a message. Who are your friends? Hi, I'm Mia. You know who I am? Yeah, well, I know who you two are. I met those three. Oh, hello, Leo Zatara. I am Aerith's eldest brother. Hi, Fina Zatara, youngest sister, but still older sister to Aerith. And Zach steps forward. And my name is Zach Fair. I am Aerith's. He looks at Aerith. Friend.
Boyfriend.
Boyfriend. Even better. Smiles. Shakes hands. Nesden shakes hands with everybody. Okay. Well, welcome to Erebor. Welcome to the Guardians of the Sword Coast. I'm going to go and get a glass of water.
Go lay down.
Yes. Welcome home, everybody. Send a message. Save a life. Walks out the door. What's on the docket for Erebor?
I'm heading to Emmeline's office. Straight there.
Okay.
I need a pile of gold.
We don't have a pile of gold. What about that do you not understand?
Okay. You head towards.
Oh, we should probably confirm if they've secured all of that as well.
The
Well.
assets we send.
Yeah.
Let's see. Where do I want to be right now?
Well, we made it here, so they've definitely secured it. Otherwise, we'd have popped into a pile of gold, right? So we know that's at least
No.
slightly confirmed.
No, I teleported that shit into the central chamber.
Yep. The ones you sent went to Starfall because they were handled by the Vanguard. They came into that teleportation circle.
Oh, and even better, it's not even our problem. It was never on the teleportation circle. Cool.
Nope.
I can handle that.
Let's see, who else do I need? I need that token and I need that token. There we go.
Dropped that shit like 2 tons of ingots.
Yep. And then back to my Erebor
my
map
sport
so
go.
I can have some faces. Why are you so small on this map? Everyone's so small. I mean, Nick's always so small, but
I was about to
everyone's
say,
so small.
Nick should stay small.
It's great because like Nick's token just has a bunch of white space around it, so it still takes up the full square, but it just looks smaller.
Hell yeah.
As you lead your entourage through the guild hall, Mia kind of just like runs up around and looks around at all of like the walls, runs her hands along the railings of the hallway here, and we've been in this guild hall for 4 years now, in game, or not in game, but playing this game. You know, we came in here, and I've always had an image in my mind for what it looks like, the kind of like layout, but I've never really had the right descriptor. Like I've tried to describe the hallways, the sizes of the rooms. I finally have the right analogy. Walking through the hallways, it dawns on you, Aerith, that this guild hall was once a school. The guild barracks that you each use were once classrooms. The rooms upstairs, the administrator's offices, as they are now, were teachers' offices. Cafeteria, the outbuilding in the back where you housed the dragon children was kind of like a gymnasium. Tons of space in this large opening here within Erebor, this massive plot of land that's probably like 10 acres within the city. And I think that's really cool that this was once a school, because like it helps put a scale to things. Like as you're moving through these hallways, the hallways are bigger than you'd expect for like a house or a mansion, because they were designed for students to be walking down forward to a shoulder. And as Mia's running down, you see like the little bumps in the walls as she runs her hands along, and it's similar to that, like running through the hallways in school, running your fingers along the stone or whatever it's made out of, just to make whatever entertainment you can in that same space. And as you enter into the front atrium, which even makes more sense because, again, school, two things are immediately noticeable. One, Chad's desk is gone. There's also a huge part of the central floor that looks like it was damaged pretty badly, that looks kind of like
Whoops.
crunched down, where the baseboards were smashed a little bit by a sudden influx of weight. Chad does have a temporary table set up with his workstation, and the chair that he sits in is perfectly fine. And in addition, the second thing you notice is Thorn is sitting on the table. And as he turns his head to look at you guys, he smiles. Hey guys, how's it going?
Thorn, you're here.
Thorn?
I am.
Don't
And
tell
I
me
am
you're
Thorn.
harassing Chad as well.
No, we're just talking, right?
Why are you
Yeah.
here? On the material plane?
Well,
We're glad to see you.
Yeah,
Let's
we're
leave
happy
it
to see you. We're excited to see you. We're just confused. Why are you here?
well, kind of like looks over his shoulder and back at like Emmeline's office. We got a message from Rose a couple days ago, and they sounded fine to me. They did, but Taz said something was wrong. So she set everything up with Chandria, handed over the reins to Caraway, and we came home.
Huh.
He looks over your entourage as the last of the group kind of comes in at the end. Leo, like bringing in the final ranks. Where is Rose? Are they okay?
No,
Ken.
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, they're fine.
They're having fun right now, so they're
Okay.
great.
Yeah, had we known you were here, we would have forced them to come back right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Where? You know?
We just came back from Eric's house.
Lintier.
That explains all of the Aerith family. Nice to meet you. Hi, I'm Thorn. He kind of like hops down off the table and walks over, and they look to each other a little bit confused because Thorn looks like just he looks humanoid, but very not at the same time because he wears that pure white skin of a changeling. The area around his eyes and the sclera pure black. The irises and the pupils glow with like a white pinpoint of light. His hair is that silver that's tied back. It's essentially the same you see in that token.
It's like,
They have not.
yeah, these are two of my siblings, my eldest brother and one of my sisters.
Fina, nice to meet you. Leovalua, nice to meet you. They both hold their hands out, and he shakes them. Thorn, that's me.
And
Looks over,
this here is my boyfriend, Zach.
looks at you. Boyfriend? Zach. Nice to meet ya. And he walks up and holds his hand out. And Zach kind of just like a little bit unsure stands up, shakes his hand. Nice to meet you too. Who is this? He says over to you, Aerith.
This is Thorn. A very close companion to Rose.
I see. As he says that, you see the door on the far side open. Taz McKellar walks out. I thought I heard voices out here. Hello, everybody. So good to see you again.
Taz.
Looks over at the group. Rose not with you?
Once again, don't panic. Rose is just doing something. We've given them time. We just came from Aerith's house. Nothing is wrong. Aerith kind of made it seem a little weird just now. But
Yeah.
Rose is by short landing probably an hour or two. But it's not, nothing is. I think there's Aerith kind of little quick.
Little what? Sorry, you've been
You're like
roboting a bit.
roboting a lot, yeah.
I got most of that. I just missed the very end.
I see it. I've just been sitting on 14 on the FC house. and I saw myself Pokeballing. Is it okay now?
Now you
Yeah,
sound
yeah.
better, yeah.
It's better, yeah.
Okay, the Pokeball went away, so I'm kind of using that to get.
That's fair.
I was just saying, Aerith kind of sounded a little worrying when he said what he said. Nothing's
Yeah.
wrong. Rose is just a little preoccupied. They won a bet with one of Aerith's brothers, and they're collecting on that. Kind of like air quotes with collecting, so they understand what he means. But if they had known you
Hopefully
were
they
here,
can pick it up.
they would have absolutely, yeah.
They're smart.
I
I'm
see.
sure they'll
I
figure
see.
it out.
Yeah, the way he made it
But if they
sound.
had known you were here, I'm pretty sure they'd be here instead of doing that.
Oh, well,
They've really missed you too.
we've missed them quite a bit as well. No matter. I'm sure they'll be here shortly, and I wouldn't want to interrupt their fun. As long as they're finding a way to be happy in all of this chaos, that's what makes me happy. Emmeline comes out from behind and pokes her head out. Hey, y'all. How's it going?
Hey,
Hi,
doing all right?
What did y'all
Also,
do?
apologies for the special delivery.
Hey, you warned.
Symmetric fuck ton of gold.
You warned me at least. Almost crushed my knees. Whoa. Where did you? Emily kind of just like walks in, puts a hand on Chad's shoulder. We got your delivery, and took last couple days to get it all hidden. What? She kind of just like takes a deep breath. What do you?
I got a pinpoint bullet point mission report for you. I'll do the full report later.
Right. Mission reports. Got it. No, absolutely. Need to hear it.
Dragon's Horse. Liquid gold. He had it melted.
Yep.
What do you want me to do with it?
We were going to, have it put part of it in our account and donate it back to the guild as a thank you. And if you guys need anything in regards to like funds for like emergencies, need like money for like repairs or extra incentives for quests.
Okay, but it kind of looks over at Taz, who raises her eyebrows and just sort of like shakes her head. I told you they probably wouldn't understand. All right, so normally we deal with recovered gold, okay, coin that is tied in some way to one of the city states. That's just pure metal, right?
Right.
I mean,
yeah, I just and then it clicks with Ken. It's like he just had to deal with this at the bank. He's like, right, I just had to deal with a bank manager in Lintier about that.
she kind of like walks past Chad and over towards you. What did you? Wait, what? What'd you do?
So, it's been an idea in my head for a while, but due to everything going on, I just wanted to focus on the present. But with Mia here, I've started to think about what I want to do after everything's ending. And I decided, why not open a construction business of sorts? So I told them that I'm the owner and operator of a currently inoperable business, temporarily suspended due to world events.
And where did you say that this business was based out of, brother?
Here
Yeah.
for now.
She looks over
And
at
once I'm settled, it'll be at home in Starfall.
All right, well, that at least lets us get ahead of things. Okay. The kind of wealth you sent back is not the kind of wealth that you just plop into a city. And, well, I hadn't even revealed to Braun how much you sent yet. we'd just been in open talks about coming into some assets that needed to be filtered. In addition, and she kind of like turns around, and you could tell, without even an insight check, she probably hasn't slept more than 2 hours each night in the last week.
Oh, no.
She's
Is he asking
frazzled.
for a cut? He's asking for a cut, isn't he?
She takes a few parchments off of Chad's desk and looks over. Thank you for keeping this so organized. Of course. Comes over to you. Got this in the mail the other day. From Carrier. Hands it to you.
Okay, what is this?
You glance down, and the letter that you hold in your hand is an official invoice from the Guardians of the Sword Coast main branch out of Baldur's Gate for 135,000 gold pieces to compensate for damages done by Reese Nachtjager while under his access to the guild hall. It is addressed to Hadrian, but it also says or current guildmaster.
Oh,
Everybody's out for their cut. And yeah, that's the problem. Emily kind of like looks frazzled, and Taz just puts up a hand. I got this, sweetheart. It's all right. Just take a deep breath. No worries. We've talked a lot about the options, and now that they're here, we can discuss further. She just sort of nods. Any incorporated entity, such as a guild or an industry, pays taxes to the local lord of the city to compensate for the city's services. The people there that will take advantage of the incorporation, the roads that are maintained, the various services that they take care of. And it is substantial, especially with wealth that could threaten the noble. Braun is shrew. He knows that we've come into something, and we were quick to get it out of the main atrium before anyone else noticed it. But what I guessed was 400 ingots of platinum that we now have stashed down in Hendir's basement could become a problem in Erebor.
So what, we pay the tab and then move the rest back to Starfall?
I mean, we can. If we pay them, though, I mean, this is just...
Yeah, they're probably gonna ask, oh, where you get all this? Oh, you paid it off? Oh, where, oh.
Which again, these kinds of treasures that official adventurers of your caliber come under do have to have some sort taken in by the guild in order to maintain revenue. So, my idea, and the idea that me and Taz have been playing around with for the last day or so. The Guardians of the Sword Coast are fractured. We have guild halls spread all through the city-states, but with the current state of affairs, there's very little communication going on between any of them, let alone, save for this, bill collecting from their satellite offices. I'm sure Waterdeep and Daggerford are in similar boats. The insurances, protections, and small bit of magical assistance that we get from them is not insubstantial, but it's not worth sacrificing everything for. I think we break free of the Guardians, and we make our own guild. We establish our own entity. That way, we are beholden to ourselves. At that point, that money does not belong to the Guardians of the Sword Coast. That's ours. Whenever we end up calling ourselves. I got a couple names I'm playing around with.
Hell yeah. So we send it to Starfall, we just set up shop like we were talking about doing before, just expedite it now, right?
Breaking free. Exactly. These people,
And
they want.
they won't send tax collectors?
I mean, we're not part of the Guardians. It'll be part of it. It'll be the revenue of a whole new city-state, so they can't touch it.
It just leaves this building. Honestly, Dad built this guild here when he found this place, and I would hate to leave it. If we established a guild here, we'd still have to pay some of our taxes here to Lord Braun. But potentially, might be able to hide things a little bit better. I'm honestly not sure. Taz's suggestion was move everything to Starfall. At least then it's all under our control from the beginning to the end. But
Yeah, I know this building.
Too
Is...
bad Rose didn't pick up Wish. Then we could just wish it over to Starfall, huh?
It's not like I can't pick up that spell anytime I want.
Yeah. Well, do you think do you think you'd be cool if we potentially got Rose to do that? I mean, they've got a gym that they can swap in and out as needed.
you think Rose has mastered Wish?
Well, hold on. Oh, we're not getting masters are pretty,
Yeah.
but they have access to Wish. Yes.
They have paths to get it.
Looks over
I mean,
at
we still
Alan.
have to ask them, but I'm pretty sure if you tell Rose that a lord just sent us a bill for money that we sent back here to help out here, and he's just trying to get his cut, I'm almost guarantee you they're going to be down to get this place out of here.
Can I kill him?
No.
What are the odds that the Lord would try and then go to Starfall and try and negotiate like taxes
Good
or
luck.
He can try
Starfall
because
is-
one, Starfall is outside of Baldur's Gate's
Well, I
range
get that,
jurisdiction.
but people are petty, especially nobles, and there's
Then I kill him.
no. We're not here.
Stand your ground,
No.
law. Starfall.
I'm
He
just
walked
saying,
in. You're able to kill him.
Like,
it's not
think about it.
completely
about it, like-
0% chance that there won't be at least diplomatic pressures put on.
Okay, well, first of all, how they're gonna know?
Kill them.
How they're gonna know? First of all, second,
Well, I'm not saying they're gonna argue for the money that we just came into contact with. I'm talking about like the damages that
Jaeger.
Jaeger, yes, thank you. Jaeger has
I mean,
caused.
well, we had no part in that. That's all him.
I mean,
Fortunately-
if you think you can argue it, go for it. I say, but I'm just saying nobles are petty and expect some weird shenanigans.
Well,
Yeah,
I just
I mean,
want
I'm
to be
get-
clear. We're getting pressure from two different directions right now. It's Lord Braun and Eriabor, who doesn't quite know what we have and wants his cut regardless. And then this, and she taps the parchment in Ken's hand, which actually came before your gold showed up. And that's more guild business. That's because of, well, to be honest, that's because Dad and Jaeger are so close. And, well, he's kind of responsible for him. Always has been.
Right. Well, yeah. Again, I do what you believe in your heart is the right call. I am also in agreement with Eodos. Once they find out that a noble is trying to get a cut of the money we procured, yeah, they're gonna be down to.
To be fair, who's to say we procured it through adventuring? It has your marks on it. You could just say it was a donation from Starfall.
Also true. Yep, investment to start my business.
Which you claimed to be through the city, though.
Why not? Hold on.
To a bank.
Why not buy the guild from the
Hmm?
city?
What guild? The,
This one.
The building?
Yeah, you could buy the building.
we own the building. The building's the only thing we own. So what the guild provides us is people like Nesgen, wizards that are trained to operate magical circles, as well as access into that kind of network of addresses. They send us potions or used to before everything kind of locked down, to help supplement our adventuring parties, and then it covers insurance in case something happens. Our individual franchise entity here in Erebor doesn't always have to be fully liable for any losses or payments that have to be made out to kin, depending on unfortunate events that happen.
Right.
So that's kind of like the bills that we pay, the little bits that we take from y'all when you trade in things like dragon scales. When we give you your deal of it, we'll sell the rest or deal with the rest, and then send that on to keep our tab level with the guild hall. That keeps us protected and lets us use the guardian's name.
Did we get a life insurance payout when we died? I'm not there, but I'm very curious.
Emily kind of
This
just
is
like looks around.
There's a cluster of us that died.
It went towards outfitting the Avengers and getting us going. Fill your shoes.
That's fair.
Sorry. We didn't really know who to reach out to. Aerith was kind of an easy one, but I think Zataris had enough. We claimed that one on behalf of the guild, which happens sometimes. Half the parties we have here are from dispossessed people who've just left family, friends, and don't have anyone, and this is all they got. Which is the only concern I have with moving the whole building is we have parts of the city we rely upon, like Manon's and Lorena's. We won't have access to those anymore.
But you just want to start a new guild, is what you want, correct?
She looks over at Taz. I think it's the best way for us to be free. Like you said, if we pay this tab, they're going to be just curious where we got this from. And as soon as they start sniffing, they may find more. And if they find more, they're just going to want more. Whether they feel or whether they are entitled to it or not, they're going to feel entitled to it because they are the head branch. If we just break free from that and turn into any of the other small adventuring guilds, single office, one guild master, half a dozen guild or parties, we're going to have to figure out a revenue stream. From what I can tell from your reports and what I've seen, Starfall's a little isolated, so finding work could be trickier than here, where we've got nobles to hire us.
Right.
I want to be free, and the best way to do that is on Starfall. But if being free here in Erebor is also on the table, giving Braun his cut to be a part of the city, I can live with. And Taz is willing to help me, negotiate a good terms with him. We're not like stepping forward on that just yet. So kind of expedites things, knowing that you spoke to a bank up in Lintier.
Well, yeah. I'm in agreement. Greedy people should not get what they don't deserve. So if you want to break free, you got my vote. Let's do it.
All right. Okay. Then do we stay here or go? Because staying here means having access to the noblemen here, as well as the resources we've come to rely upon, but it also means paying our taxes. If we go, we are free from that tax burden, aside from what we'll have to pay for ourselves to support ourselves on Starfall. But we're not going to have that kind of,
Man, the one time where we wish... maybe we can wish for multiple easy-to-fly airships to get around in.
Right. We've only got the one, unfortunately, and it's in the shop right now. But
What do you mean in the shop?
we weren't supposed to say anything.
Too late.
You'll have to find that out, little brother. Just the way it is.
What'd you do to my
Leovuller
baby?
steps forward. If you're having difficulty with noblemen, I'm more than happy to help offer opinions. I spend most of my time as a diplomat, mostly to Launton, but this Lord Braun sounds as...
Pleasant.
Yes, thank you, brother. I was trying to think of the right word, and that one fits it perfectly. As the heads of the houses I deal with there, so if it would help, I'm more than happy to assist. Emmeline just sort of looks up. Sure, you're willing to help. I mean, you talk fancy and all. He probably listened to you a lot better than he listens to me.
Yeah. Okay. I guess we got a game plan going. Guess we can hash out the details later.
Well, I did want to... Looks over at Taz. Taz just smiles. Might as well. Just, it's your... You smiled so much when you had the idea. I had an idea. If we're going to break free from the Guardians of the Sword Coast, what do y'all think of the Coalition of Independent Adventurers?
CIA.
You get the book of the CIA. Hell yeah, dude.
I love it. I love it.
Right? I think it fits. You know, we're trying to break free from all of this influence. We want, I want to be able to hold a guild hall with parties like y'all. People that have the freedom to be able to go and come and do what they need to do and know that they're supported by skilled individuals. Independent adventurers, but working together towards a common goal. A coalition.
I dig it.
Right.
Perfect.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and start getting some things written down.
Yep.
I guess we'll talk to Rose when they get here, see if they can teleport everything, and then we'll decide as a family. One big guild, all right?
Speaking of one big guild, I need a favor.
Sure. What's up?
I had an idea. Kind of
Alright.
want to do a thing to, I guess, welcome new adventurers, as well as giving them an incentive to better themselves as they continue on this path. So, if you could, call to the groups here, have them meet me out into the airfield.
Oh, right now? We've
If
got
it's not too much trouble.
two parties on jobs today. Do we want everybody?
Whoever's here.
All right. Then I'll go ahead and looks over at Taz, who just shrugs, and she looks over at Chad, who stands up. I'll go let the party leaders know. It's nice to meet everybody. Good luck with all of the heavy decisions. He walks out from the atrium. I really need to find my Chad token. I don't know what happened to it.
I don't know if you ever had one.
I thought I made one.
Did he have one?
I don't remember. I don't remember there ever being one. You should make one,
I
but
don't have one in my assets, so I guess I didn't.
Giga Chad, but he's just really.
But
Quick question.
Mhm.
Does anyone have access to thaumaturgy?
No.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. I'm gonna need your help.
you just can yell.
I also have access, but I would like. Is it okay if I grab 18,000 gold worth of ingots from the pile?
No.
Wait.
Rose,
First
you're
you
not
said
here.
15.
I also said I wanted more because I wanted to donate some to the church. I did say that.
Oh,
well,
right.
If you want me to go down to 16,000 or 17,000, I'm fine with that.
what do you? We haven't revealed the existence of those ingots to the city yet. No one has seen hiding her hair. When they showed up, the very first thing I thought was, we have to hide this. What are you planning to do?
I want to make a purchase and I want to make a donation. And I was going to
It's
talk
not
to
money.
Manon
What do you
directly.
not understand?
I was going to talk to Manon directly.
Okay.
Why don't you go find out if he can
Yeah,
accept
all right,
the
fine.
ingots
I still want to
beforehand?
make the donation too.
Go. Yeah.
All right, I'll go talk to Manon first.
Yeah.
Because it's probably going to carry problems for whoever receives them all. Because now they're going to have to be able to account for fucking a ton of ingots.
I'm sure Manon.
But if anybody
handle
can,
it.
Manon would probably be the one. Yeah.
To be fair, we are Manon's #1 customer. I'm sure he would
Uh-huh.
bend the rules for us.
Sure.
Yeah. Just be
Put his
careful.
entire business in jeopardy, yeah, just for us.
Yeah,
Yes.
we know we can trust Manon. Don't say it in front of other people. Like, see if you can talk to just Manon.
Yeah.
Yes,
Get
that
him.
was the plan.
Yeah. Get him in a 101 secured area.
We don't need more motherfuckers trying to get money they have no claim to.
You guys sent a small fortune back.
Yeah, we're gonna
Try
have
to whip-
cousins and aunts and uncles that we've never known coming out the woodworks now.
Yep.
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 All the people from our past are going to somehow come back miraculously.
They want your money.
Also, Ked, you're probably now with Starfell and all the gold there, probably one of the richest lords in the realm.
Probably.
Congratulations.
No big deal.
Considering that most of the other city-states share the wealth with multiple like lordships, having Starfall just run by one person with all that wealth, it's probably not too far off. It's a lot of influence. It's true.
And that's before you even have your business set up.
Yeah. So Aureus is heading into the city. As Emmeline heads back into her office, Taz just kind of smiles. Chad runs into the guild hall to go and gather together the adventuring parties. Leo is going to follow Emmeline. He'll stop at the door and turn back and look at you, Aerith, and kind of just give a nod and then look over at you, Ken, before you head out. When you're ready to sit down and discuss artificery, let me know. I feel like my time could be spent best helping the young guildmaster here. She seems to need some sage advice.
Sounds good. Yeah, M's a good girl. She'll definitely. I appreciate you, volunteering to help her out. She needs it.
It's my pleasure. She's very young to have so much weight on her shoulders. And Taz nods. Indeed, thrust upon her through circumstance, but we'll be here to help her. All right. You said your name was Leo Valeur? Yes. It's very nice to meet you all. Taz McCullough. Yes. All right. Let's go see if we can help Emmeline. And the three of them leave. Bloop. Out of my head.
Be gone, NPCs.
Fina kind of just like stretches, cracking her fingers backwards. You hear her back pop. All right, then. I'm going to go wander around this city. It sounds like you got something you need to do right now, Ken. But when you're ready, I guess have Aerith reach out to me.
Sounds good.
Cool. Heads on out into the city. Thorn looks at your crew. I'm going to stick with you guys, because when Rose shows up, they'll find you, and they'll find me.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. I need to find crap. I just thought about it. I can't pull out these ingots since we just had that discussion. So I'm gonna need to find 200 more gold real quick.
Okay. Well, while you ask your party, see who has what liquid right now. I need to feed my dogs. I just realized it's 7. They haven't eaten yet. They're being very insistent. So I need like 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Oh, good.
I got a spare, I think, 1,000-ish gold pieces.
I just need 2.
Just 2 gold pieces or 200?
2
100.
gold pieces.
I can give you 200, considering I'm about to grab
No, you're not.
15,000. Yes, I am. You know what? You're right. I'm not grabbing 15,000. I'm grabbing at least 16,000.
Nope.
Yes.
No.
Rose,
Alright,
you're not
17.
here. You don't get an opinion yet.
17,000 then.
No,
18,000. It's just gonna keep going up.
I'll fight you.
Nope, you're not here. And by the time you learn, it will be too late.
Well,
On the docket, kill Aureus again.
Let Aureus have his little shenanigans. To be fair, it's not like a frivolous purchase. It is a good purchase.
Be right back, 1 second.
That's what they all say.
It does a lot, actually, for me. So, I think it's a great purchase. Honestly, you all should buy one as well if they have spares. It's just that good.
Discord kicked me right as you went, I think, and then nothing.
Oh. I said, I think it's a great purchase, and honestly, if there is multiple of it, y'all should get one as well, because it's just that good.
I mean, really just gotta know what it is at this point. I have no fucking idea.
You're gonna have to wait.
To be fair, I haven't also like gone looking to see what it could be, but
Yeah. I mean, I feel like if you were like to go looking, you'd find out pretty quickly what it would be. But it is very expensive.
is it something you could just use, or is it something that like?
You have to attune to it.
Oh,
And
then no dice on me, dog. Sorry.
yeah, right now I have I have my ring of spell storing, which I'm kind of like half using, really. I kind of only like plug in like a single utility spell into it. So I'm planning on just switching out for like a huge upgrade, pretty much.
Yeah, all three of mine, unfortunately, are pretty important.
Ah, I mean that's fair then.
Freedom, the cloak, and the armor are all.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, they all give various things that are pretty integral for my survival.
Well, with Manon being able to combine items, maybe you can jam it into one of your items.
Maybe I could work it into the armor whenever we figure out finally what it is you're getting.
To be fair, like that would be like a legendary plus item then. If you were able to plug this into stuff, because it's a legendary item.
It's legendary. Then is there even a chance they would have multiple of it? Is it like a mass-produced thing that's just super expensive, or is it like hard to get a hold of in general? So there might only be the one.
If I were to guess, it just takes a long time to make. Because you can make them.
I just had an idea. Instead of using the platinum ingots, how about I just melt the amount that is needed back down and then use fabricate to turn them back into coins?
Yeah, you could do that. They would still be a little confused, like, where'd you get all those platinum coins? But it'd be like less traceable.
Well, it's gold coins. Oh wait, fuck! We sent the gold in Starfall.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I mean, it's still better.
You can just gesture to the party like, have you seen us? Where do you think we got all this money from? We're killing dragons.
Yeah, it's a hell of a lot better than selling ingots at the very least.
Mm-hmm. It probably wouldn't hurt them do that for at least a handful of them.
I mean, would they accept this money as not counterfeit? Can you remint it into specifically money from a city-state?
It should be fine. Specifically, how the coins work here is it's made out of the material.
It is, but it is stamped with the city's crest. Each city has its own
Well, yeah,
mint.
the press, but Fabricate should
Yeah.
be able to duplicate it just fine.
I
They'd just be
mean,
confused where the influx of platinum coins came
yeah,
from.
that seems like kind of a big oversight in the fact if you just like counterfeit make money.
Well, it's not even counterfeit money though.
Yeah.
It's actual.
It's actual money.
It's counterfeiting whatever city state you choose, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess.
Technically, yes.
I mean, either way, it's still an influx of currency.
Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario, we can make a couple of the platinum, and we could go try to spend it and see if there's any reaction. You know.
I mean, it's not
Right.
like we're gonna be like, all right, dump the entire 800K into the market now.
No, I know, but that's still 15,000 is
Oh yeah.
quite a lot.
Yeah, I would definitely say see if like maybe take one ingot and turn it into whatever amount of platinum
I
coins
think it's
that would
100
be.
platinum.
Yeah, and then see
per
if you
ingot.
could spend like one or two of those platinum on something, and see if there's like any alarm
Accepted.
bells that go when you
Yeah.
try to sell it. Yeah.
I feel like small purchases won't ring any alarm bells, but like there's no getting past spending 15.
Yeah,
But
that's
I'm-
harder to
Yeah.
hide there. Just a little bit.
But hey, maybe it won't even be a problem because he doesn't have the item, so we'll never know. Or I guess we will know. Also, if
I
he
think I
doesn't
finally
have
know
the
what
item,
you want to buy.
I'm not telling you guys.
No, well, I think I figured it out, but
Yeah, it's not.
and
hard to
it would be very helpful. I just have issues with, the amount.
Yeah, no, it is really expensive because I was just kind of going through items because I really have been using my Ring of Spell Storing because I have
Mhm.
so many spell slots now. And then I found
Yeah,
the item, like, oh, that's
it's
a really
really-
nice item. How expensive is it?
Oh god, no. Yeah, the rings of spell storing are a lot more useful if you are putting spells in them for somebody else to use that
Yes.
may not be as
Or
high level.
when you're low level.
Yeah.
But once you're high level, it's like, eh.
I mean, we could always see if Manon can upgrade that.
That could actually be cool.
'Cause we're at a point now where
Probably.
Upgrade it.
probably spend some money to see if we can up how
If we
many
could-
levels it can actually store for us.
If it could store up to an 8th level spell slot, that I'd be like,
Yikes.
let's do that.
Back.
That would be a lot.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. We were talking about possibly, if that doesn't work out, upgrading, seeing if we can upgrade the Ring of Spell Storing to hold an 8th level spell slot.
Maybe beyond Manon's skill
Capabilities.
range.
He doesn't even know 8th level spells.
He's like a level 12 caster, I think.
Didn't we get him to do something
We
with
can
that
help
gym
him.
though?
Yeah, he did a
I
5th
mean-
level spell. He did the
He did,
Luke's or
no,
the
he did,
dancing one.
Yeah, that's a 6th level.
That
The
was 6th level.
auto's irresistible dance. 6th level
Okay,
spell.
but I know you said that was the highest that he's really capable of.
Yep,
Because
'cause
they
Mia
wanted him
asked.
to
No,
do
no, no.
some-
I mean, when we didn't you get him to augment that gym?
That was just adding ring of protection to it, though.
Yeah. he
Yeah, but I'm
combined-
just saying because that's already a pretty serious thing. He probably could. I'm not saying it wouldn't necessarily get up to 8th, but he might be able to improve it at least. Because
Yeah.
isn't that gym already like super serious on its own? Being able to add something to that means he's got to be at least capable of improving it slightly.
Maybe
Let's see.
one way to
I'm
find
not
out.
saying he has to put a spell in it. That's 8th level. I'm just saying if he can make it extra big Ring of Spell Storing.
Can you supersize like me?
Yes. Enlarge, reduce it.
We were
But
also
magically.
talking about seeing if we could get one of the ingots melted down and can refabricate them into coins to see if they're spendable. If it triggers any alarms after he remakes them. So be ready for that, Cade.
The IRS.
Understood.
Calling. Where did you get these coins?
You fuck with dragons, now you get to fuck with the real bad guys.
The government.
The law.
The government.
Tax collectors.
The IRS.
How long are
Probably
you
like
in
2
Lintier?
hours.
2 hours? Okay.
God damn, drink some water.
They
2
took their
hours is
time.
nothing.
They weren't just going at it for 2 hours. There's lead up.
They're playing a game of chess. It takes a while.
Yes, that's what Theron needed his safe word for. It was for chess.
It's multi-dimensional chess, all right?
Hey. I think we're just waiting for Ken.
How much does it cost to become a lord?
I mean, it's mostly land. Like it's having a lordship, buying the lordship title is like giving there isn't like a set price for it. It's a negotiation with other nobilities to then be brought into the flock and to offer up a portion of your wealth as a show of good faith, kind of like a multi-level marketing scheme.
This is there's not like a overall head king or queen, so it's just a collective of nobles, correct?
Yes. So each city-state is run by nobility that manages in its own unique way. So like Braun here manages he's mostly like a king. He goes with lord because kings and queens in the Sword Coast don't really exist. The biggest problem being that territory beyond about a mile outside of your walls is pretty much unprotectable. So you can't like hold land. You can only really hold the territory that is your city.
Yeah. So it's pretty much a bunch of small city-states working together.
Exactly. That was what Tristina was saying about bringing Am into the fold. Is that Am is just south of the mountain range beyond the southern edge of the Sword Coast, but because of their proclivity to use slavery, as influenced by the Drow, they're not really welcome within the Sword Coast, like circles. At least their nobles aren't. They're not traded with openly, and
Gotcha.
yeah.
Gotcha.
It's like a
Cost to become a king then.
becoming a king just means conquering a kingdom.
All right, there you go, Ken. Go for it. I think you'll be a just and fair king.
Uh-huh.
King is. Don't like the sound of
That's
that.
why you're perfect for it. You don't want it.
King. Nah.
All right. Well,
Nah.
to get us
Elected
back
mayor of the realm.
into the scenes as we leave the front atrium of the Guildhall, Fina heading out into Eriabor itself to go and check out the sights. Is anybody going with her, or is she just going to go explore on her own?
I mean, what do you need me for, Ken? I do need to
Just
get
need you
to
hit me
Erodi
with
at some point.
thaumaturgy real quick to, I guess, be able to have everyone be able to hear me as I say what I need to say. But
I need you
depending
to
on how
yell at
many
them.
teams are here, that might not be necessary. So.
I think Thaumaturgy is a self-cast.
Yeah, I was looking at it. Unless Cade lets me cast it on you, it says it's stuff on me.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, never mind. I'll
It's all good.
figure it out.
yeah, you'll
Just
be
yell
fine.
real loud.
Yeah, just shout.
Just turn into Ascalon and yell at them.
I mean, here, borrow that spell story. We'll just say it's a level 1 spell. That way we can put it in there.
There you go.
You could do that.
I'll tell you, there's only about 20 or so adventurers here right now, so
So, yeah, fine.
it's relatively small. Like,
No thaumaturgy
Um,
needed.
cool.
So if y'all want to go do something, I got it.
Edis was going to go. I knew you wanted to talk to a roadie, and I know you collected the necrotic flame sack from the cellar at Lintier before you guys left, because I know you guys had talked about that last session to make sure that that was done. So I know that got handled. So as Fina heads out, Zach is with you, Aerith. Thorn tagging along with the rest of you. Mia is kind of like just wrapped up on Ken's arm and just smiling and kind of like humming a little bit to herself, just happy to be back here in Erebor. What's Nick gonna do? Nick will toddle along. He's curious to see what you're gonna do. So, Aerith, I guess the question, Aerith and Aureus. So, Aerith first. Are you following Ken or doing something else?
I guess Zach and I will just have a date. Go around,
Okay.
and then I'll probably head to Manon's to talk about my idea.
Okay. So you head out into the city, kind of following after Fina, and as you walk out the door after her, she turns around and gives you a look, and then you kind of like exchange looks in the way only siblings can, where you hear that conversation in your head, like, I don't need you to follow me, and you were like, I'm not following you. It's like, well, then don't follow me. I can do this on my own. Both turn different directions so that you know neither one of you is following the other one. You head out into the city. What about you, Aureus?
Manons. I gotta
Okay,
go
well-
see if he has the item, and then if I can convince him to keep quiet about selling the item.
Okay. As you
Mums is the word, Manon. Mums.
you follow out behind, seeing the exchanged glances between Aerith and Fina, and then they both run off in opposite directions. You head off in a third direction towards Manon's. And back within the guild hall, Ken, you meander through the hallways and then out the back into the training yard. There's already 2 adventuring parties out here. And as you kind of wait for about 10-15 minutes, 4 more show up, with Chad coming in at the end. Okay, these are this is everybody we got here right now. The Starlight Explorers. Yeah, they are out on a job right now with one of the other junior parties. But here's what we got. And you look as he kind of like holds his hand out at 6 ragtag groups, 4 adventurers each. And I'm going to let you go ahead and posit what you want to have happen right now, Ken. And then I'll hit you guys with how I think we should handle this.
Do you want me to say it like in character or just?
Yeah, I love in character.
Okay.
So as the group of myriad faces, and you'll understand why I'm not describing them just yet in a moment, kind of gathers around out in the yard. One of them steps forward and, so what's all this about then? Heard something about gathering? What's going on?
Well, first things first. Thank you guys for gathering here. Means a lot. Introductions. I'm Ken Silverlight, leader of the Wanderers of Starlight.
You say it, and they kind of like, little bit of chatter between the groups and nods as they kind of, the few that were paying half attention turn their attention towards you, and as they look over the group, they look for other faces. They see Eodos kind of in the background heading out towards Erodi, and recognize you're probably telling the truth.
I came back here after a brief stint out in the wilds to, come back home to restock and take a break. And I talked with him briefly. Didn't tell her all I wanted to do, but I guess I want to check in on you guys. I know some of you guys are fresh-faced and new to the adventuring gig, and I guess I just wanted to, in a way, say thank you for taking that step towards this type of job. I mean, adventuring is chaotic at best. Some missions can be as easy as breathing, others can be near death experiences, and sometimes full death experiences. So, you guys taking that step, I mean, it shows the kind of character you guys have. I mean, maybe you guys are here for adventure, maybe you guys are here for money. Either way, the same applies. So, as a part of that thank you, I wanted to host a small think. I want to see how serious you guys are in regards to adventuring, as well as, let's see how to phrase it. Kind of like a school test, as it were, like a mid-semester test. I want to see if you guys are actually putting in the work with training your mind, your bodies, and with the jobs of your spirits. So, I'm gonna have you guys do a team battle.
They look to each other like,
Obviously, I'm not gonna. Obviously, no one's
Ultimate
killing each other.
only one party survives.
Obviously,
Highlander style.
obviously, you guys aren't killing each other. This is just for training purposes, just to gauge where you guys are. And you're not gonna be doing this for free. So I guess like Kendall, like he'll say like I guess whatever rules you got set up, he'll say those rules, and then towards the end it's like, and with on that note, the prize for the winning team, and then he pulls out a bag. This here, in this bag, 1,000 gold will be deposited directly into your team's funds, and you guys will have weapons personally crafted, or weapons and focuses, if you got spellcasters, personally crafted by yours truly.
Always go to those that win. What about the rest of us?
You get nothing.
Well, I got some small commissions to take care of. Yeah, I probably can slide in some more weapons and armor for the runner-ups. You know what? Fuck it. Weapons and armor for everyone. But the winning team gets personally crafted weapons and focuses by me. And 1,000 gold.
Sounds like it'd be fun. Kind of looks around at the other parties, and the way that I think that we should do this.
We get to participate.
Hmm?
Oh, I was saying as a
Uh-oh,
joke.
that'd
do
be
we get to
overkill.
participate?
What's the... The test means nothing.
Whoever
if
can
we
put
don't
one scratch on Ken gets 1,000 gold and personally crafted weapons. If you can do one hit point of damage to our boy, you've won.
That'd
Hit
be
me.
fun to watch.
Hit me.
get- Stop trying to
That'd
hit
be
me and
pretty
hit me.
That was what was in my head. So, because I know you had messaged me about wanting to do this, so I have thought about it. And rolling skill checks on my side and just kind of narrating what's happening is one way to do it. Not the most interesting to me. As you stand here before what looks like 6 parties of equivalent size, 4 members each, kind of size them up, and you remember being young.
Yeah, yeah. Yep.
These guys look maybe as fresh as you were when you came out of that raider camp, the Dragon Cave. Level 4? So, if you guys are down, I can do rolls and narrate, and just we can fast forward through it if you want. But what I think would be cool is if each of you crafted a 4-man level 4 party, and then I craft one as well, and the 6 of
Fight.
us fight each other in a tournament. At level 4,
Okay.
it's not too complicated. You have
Yeah,
single
that's
attacks, level 1 and 2 spells, and a single feat. There's not going to be a lot of... There's maybe like one uncommon or one common magic item. Maybe like a weapon plus 1 at that point. So it's not going to be super complicated. But having multiple people should make things feel a little bit more fair in the PvP department, because one just doesn't get completely shut down. So if you guys are good with that, I think that could be a lot of fun.
Yeah, that'd be
Does
interesting.
sound like a lot of fun. How
See
much
what kind of...
shenanigans
Yeah,
are we
I don't know.
involved?
Cool. So we'll plan that for next session. Next session we'll do the Battle of the Coalition. As the Coalition of Independent Adventurers has its first sanctioned event. God, I killed myself when I thought of that. I died. I literally laughed so hard I died. It was so funny because it followed up immediately after the First Brood Industries thing
Yeah.
came out, and it was just so perfect with the FBI and the CIA.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
So as you stand before this group, I'm going to take this guy that I've been, this kind of gruff, middle-aged half-orc with like one tusk that's broken, wearing chainmail armor, and he has like an axe slung over his back, and it's a party of rather small companions next to him that steps forward. When do you want to do this, huh? Today? Tomorrow? A week from now? When we doing it?
So I know out of character. I know I gotta check it with Sid. Gotta do Phoenix weapon. That's gonna be a day. That's gonna be a thing.
You have to apparently make 1,000,000 weapons.
Fabricate.
That is true. Fabricate will do most of that.
The handcrafted ones will take time, but the fabricate, that'll get the churn of them out.
Also, Leo also has to meet with Sid, and we all gotta get together to give him a quick rundown, quick crash course. So let's try. This is still out of character. Maybe tomorrow morning. That sound reasonable? Yep.
Sounds good.
Yep. So we'll start first thing in the morning, maybe like 8 or 9. Make sure you guys are properly rested and ready to go.
All right. First thing in the morning, then. We all meet here, and he looks out over at the other parties and kind of just grins, and we see who's the strongest. This could be fun. It's good meeting ya. And he like steps towards you, holds out his hand while I pull up the half-orc name generator. I'm Killighoul. I don't think we've had the pleasure yet.
No, I've been, like I said, my team and I has been out and about some places. Never really had any time to really sit down and meet anyone coming in that is new. So yeah, good to see you.
You're a bit of a legend around here. Miss M talks about you like you shit rainbows. Mia just sort of like sparkles a little bit and looks up at the birds flying through the sky, and she might actually shit rainbows.
No, nothing like that. I'm just a guy who's just trying to do the best he can with what he's got.
While also being a demigod.
You're not here.
Grins at you and nods and slaps a meaty hand on your shoulder. Good. All right. Turns around to his 3. Like, he's probably your height, like 6, he's a little shorter, like 6'3", 6'4". And all of his other companions are like, there's like a halfling, a gnome, and a dwarf that are all part of his party. All right, boys, let's go. We got some preparations to make. And they all just follow in line like a duck and her mother, or baby little ducklings.
Did they all stand on top of each other in a trench coat to be the same height as him?
I mean, they could, probably. But yeah, I think that'll be fun. You guys could each, build a 4-man level 4 party, however you want to build it. And give them a party name, and then next game we'll have our tournament of the coalition.
Hey.
Are
Like it,
there
like it.
any races that are banned from use?
Official D&D classes, and the more obscure ones, just on a narrative level, I guess we'd try to keep it to a an entire party of tieflings actually does kind of make sense, but like.
I was thinking of like
Add in some
Centaur,
spies.
Fast.
doing goofy shenanigans with having someone ride a centaur.
Right.
You can have
Right.
one abstract and at least a couple of the core races. Like most of the world's made up of humans and half-elves. Beyond that, it's dwarves, then gnomes, then halflings, and then the other races. And I think that sounds. Just try to keep it realistic, Yeah. But please have fun. It's going to be probably most of the next session, so it'll be the shenanigans that happen, and I've thought a lot about it, and I think this would be the best way to get a little bit of show how much you guys have learned and how easy a level 4 character is compared to a level 17.
And how absolutely just
is it a bracket tournament?
I think we're going to do a bracket tournament. Gotcha. But we'll probably do a double elimination depending on how long the battles take.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. One of the you have the winner and loser trees, and then at the very end the winners and losers of those fight for the grandmaster of it all. So even if you lose the first match, you can still win everything by fighting your way through that bracket.
Sure.
Yeah. All right. Well, while Ken makes his impassioned speech, Aureus, you are walking down to Menand's. So, as you head in through the front door, Nina is sitting at her desk about 20 feet in, as she always is, looks up and smiles. Aureus, it's good to see you. Please come on in. How can I help you today?
I would actually like to speak to Manon directly today.
Okay. Can I tell him, or can I ask what this is about?
Just say it's a personal request for now.
Okay, roll me a persuasion check.
Business meeting.
That's not it. Persuasion.
I didn't expect that. She rolled a natural 1.
No.
Stands up. Okay, if that's the case, then let me go and see if he's available. Hold for one moment. Stands up, goes through the bead curtain, into the back. 2 minutes pass. Manon comes on out. Aureus, it's so good to see you again. Walks around the counter and goes for a big hug.
I'll hug him back. Do we have someplace private we can talk?
Sure, come on into my office. Nice and private back there. No one should be able to hear us.
All right, perfect.
Leads you back there. You going through the door, sits down at his big oak desk with the showcases and bookshelves all lining the walls behind him, and motions for you to sit in the chair on the opposite side. So, have a seat. Tell me, what business brings you here today? Nina said it was something personal.
Yes. So, 2 things, but I guess it depends all on how you answer the first thing. Do you have...
Big reveal.
Nope, I'm not telling you guys.
Yeah.
What?
Wasn't the one I was... Roll me a d20.
You bitch.
Oh. I mean, do you have attunement available?
I was going to replace one of my Ring of Spell Storing because I really don't use it too much.
I believe I might have... You know how rare they are?
Extremely.
Okay, I do have one. One. And I believe it's the one you're looking for. Let me retrieve it from the safe. Just sort of like looks at you, and you see him raise his hand like he's going to do like a could you turn around motion, and then he realizes it's Aureus and shakes his head. He turns around and goes over to his bookshelf, and you see there's like a statue, like a bust of himself, just like on the bookshelf behind. It's not like super big or super gaudy. It looks, honestly, it's like maybe 8 inches tall. It looks like something that he either had made or someone had made for him decades ago. And as he stands before the bookshelf, he reaches one hand up and he rubs the head of the statue. And the back of the bookshelf separates. And there's a safe behind there. This is where I keep all of the extremely rare things. He opens it up, pulls out a small box. I think that's what you're looking for, right?
I'll look it over and be like, yep, that's what I'm looking for. And now it comes to why I asked for a private meeting. The method of payment.
This is quite a substantial purchase. It would be about 12,000 gold pieces.
Yes. I don't have it available in coins, however, would you be willing to purchase it in platinum ingots with the preface that you don't say where you got the platinum ingots from?
Under the table.
I see. One of those types of situations. He kind of...
I will say the platinum was gained legally. I just don't want to pay taxes on it.
You say to this business owner.
Advantage. He doesn't like paying taxes either.
Yeah, he doesn't like paying taxes.
That's why he's getting advantage.
Oh, you said with advantage?
Yeah, persuasion with advantage.
Perfect.
I just don't want to pay taxes. I didn't expect Aureus to be so upfront about it, dude. That's a power move.
He looks down at the box, looks over at you. Ingots, you say? Are they branded? Were they taken from a vault or a bank that belongs?
It should be branded with a new symbol of Starfall. I think you might have heard of it. But they should be 100% pure platinum.
I trust your metallurgic mind, and I've discussed enough with Ken at great length to know that he would be able to make that judgment as well. Starfalls.
Yes, it was acquired from a dragon horde, but like I said, we really don't feel like paying taxes.
No, I understand that much. Kind of like looks down at the object, at the box. Looks over at you. Would you be able to do 13,000, just to offset the risk a slight amount?
I'm sure I could arrange that. That seems fair.
Then I suppose I could sit on the ingots until Ken has had time to establish himself. Cash them in then. Slight bit of increased value, hopefully. So I believe that yes, I can make that arrangement. Yes.
Perfect. I will go get the ingots now then. Thank you for agreeing to keeping it on the hush.
Oh yes, no. We must keep this very much on the down low. When you come back, just inform Nina that you are here to finish up your meeting. I will have her guide you immediately back here.
Perfect. Well, I will see you in a little bit then.
Sounds good. He gives you a nod, stands up, shakes your hand, and then turns to put the box back in his safe and close it. You head back to the guild hall. Ken.
You were the worst shopper. You make me sad.
To be fair, it's worth 15,000, so I'm gonna take it anyways. I'm already getting a deal.
Still.
It's too bad you're not here with us.
Plus, it's putting on a lot of risk doing this.
Mm-hmm.
Orius
He
is
is.
a kind person. He's not gonna
Mm-hmm.
do all the shenanigans. And
You're
also
gonna be a
not-
monster. I don't know what to do. Like, that's gonna be insanity. But that's
You
fine.
could have said no.
I
Yeah, you
could
could have
have.
said no.
He had advantage to. So I had advantage, not he had. I had advantage to roll higher than you on the d20 as to whether or not I had it, and I rolled a 1, an 8, and a 10. I gave myself double advantage. So, it's not me. It's the dice, and they know the story.
Mm-hmm.
This is mine. The power is mine.
You're gonna have to put us in a fight quickly because I'm dying to know whatever this is.
Just attack Orius.
It's a very simple effect, but it's a very powerful effect.
It's so
Uh-huh.
simple. It's so powerful. I'll reveal it before the end of today's game. I promise.
Yes.
I promise.
Right,
It'll be revealed.
I know what it is, I just don't know which one.
Right? Ken, as the parties begin to kind of talk amongst themselves, make preparations, you see. You see, as a few head out to go and begin training, a couple of the caster ones are talking between each other. It's like, I'm glad we have at least until tomorrow to get our spell slots back. We used them all training this morning. What else would you like to be doing? Or is there anything Eodos? Well, I guess, no, Eodos was heading to a roadie. Let's do that. Sorry, everyone was together. As you were heading over towards a roadie, Ken had just finished his speech. You approach, and Rhodey had been watching Ken from the center of the training yard, and then as you kind of walk towards her, her gaze turns over towards you, her smile goes wide. Eodos, it has been too long. Welcome back.
Yeah, it's been a while. It has been quite a while, and I have something even crazier than normal for you.
Oh, all right, come on over to my tent. Let's see what you got.
Make his way over, and once he gets there, he'll get out the necrotic flame sack and hold it out for her, and just explain. It is a flame sack, but this is from a dragon who was hyper corrupted with necrotic energy, so it's also tinged with that. It might be a little crazy to handle, and then kind of hand it over to her.
Hey. This is something. Kind of like looks down, doesn't touch it. You set it down on the workbench, and like the wood that it touches almost seems to like turn to a grayish color. What you think we can do with that?
That's the $1,000,000 question. I was hoping you would have some sort of idea. So far, you've hooked me up with crazy things, and I trust your judgment. I didn't know if you wanted to like convert it the same way we have with these gems. If you wanted to do something with it on the armor itself, you had something else in mind.
He
I know
kind
you
of like,
like the craziness of this, so I figure I'd leave it in your court.
I do. I really do like. There's just something fulfilling about working with these things. I'll have to make it into the crystal like I did the others. Kind of walks over to your armor. Could try pulling some things out and adjusting this. I think it's about as stacked as it gets. The cloak. Maybe do something here. I'm just looking at my list here. It looks like the armor had 5 upgrades done already to it. The cloak's at 4. Yeah. Okay. I mean, the cloak's already designed to kind of redirect energy and fire it off. You could tap into the necrotic powers here and that, if you wanted. Sorry, the light turned off and it's not supposed to freak me out there for a second.
Ghost.
Yeah,
Wait,
it keeps doing that.
Yeah, the light's dying. Might be able to use some of its necrotic properties to add some stealthier aspects to it. Have you had any thoughts? You've had this for a while now. What's dreaming inside your head?
You know, it's crazy. This is we've had so much stuff going on and so many bits of shenanigans we've gotten into. I really haven't thought too much about it. That's why I fully trust whatever you feeling. I mean, if you want to add it to the cloak, feel free. If we want to just add it, like the crystal itself, that's fine. We kind of had a lot of stuff going on, so when we got it, I was excited to get it back here. And then we kept tripping into more and more things going on that I haven't had a chance to really consider it.
All right. Well, it'll take me a day to get it kind of refined down into a usable crystal source. These dragon socks, they're not quite entirely organic. They're part magic and part mineral and part everything. It's quite complicated. I love it. I'm gonna need gloves.
Yes,
Turns
please.
around,
Don't
grabs
have
these huge like leather mitts, kind of picks it up. All right, yeah, this will work. Okay, let me get started. I think the cloak's probably going to be the best place to fit it. Might be able to use as a gemstone, focus in the energy maybe once per day, but the cloak might offer a bit more of a consistency. And then honestly, just above table, you'd have a lightning, a cold, an acid, a poison, and a necrotic, and a fire. Hellish rebuke.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that all cast at 3rd level. Okay. Alright. Let me get started. If you have ideas, come and see me, okay?
You got, I don't know if you need it, but you also start digging stuff out. I've got a bunch of scales, 2 big old fangs, 2 handfuls of smaller fangs, and some claws if you need them for anything. I don't know if you.
Looks past you at the group of adventurers. I've been a bit busy lately building all these new outfits for these guys. This could definitely help add a little bit of ancient magic into our fledgling adventurers.
What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah, feel free.
You're a very kind person, Eodos. Not normally people give up stuff that could be so potent. Kind of like looks down at the black dripping, half burning, like melon-sized sack of necrotic tissue in her leather gauntlets, and looks over at you, and she puts it down, and takes the gloves out, and gives you a hug. Oh, it's really good to see you again.
He'll return it and just, you two. You're definitely one of my favorite people out here.
He squeezes you tighter. All right, let me get back to work. Enough of the mushy stuff. Turns around, gloves, picks it up. She brings it over to a cauldron. You just hear thunk. That's a start. She starts getting, jugs of what looks like vinegars and waters and various things that she mixes up. And before you've even left, the smell of acidic, kind of burning metal fills this part of the yard as Ken is finishing up his conversation with the half-orc leader of the first party. And Mia, just like looking up at the clouds, looks over. Okay, so we have till tomorrow, Ken. What are we gonna do for the rest of... Oh wait, you're gonna be crafting. What should I do for the rest of today? I know you have to work. I get it. I understand. Is there anything you wanted me to do? I guess I could go walk around the city. It's been a while since I was in Eriabor. I'd be more than happy to walk with her and escort, make sure that no harm comes to her or the population.
The population?
Okay. Yeah.
Anyone else?
Yeah, go ahead. Go have fun. Let me know if you need anything. You know how to contact me.
Yeah.
And
Have fun crafting.
Yeah, just real quick, just gently grasp her face and just give her like a quick smooch on the forehead.
As you like touch her cheek and pull her in, she leans in and you kiss her on the forehead. She just sort of like collapses into you and her arms wrap around you. I can't wait till it's vacation every day.
Yeah, it's gonna be great.
Squeeze.
Yeah.
Okay. Come on, Nick. Turns and like hand goes down like reflex, like mother to a child. Nick, you see him look up. His head shifts back and forth, and his hand goes up and takes her by the hand, and they run off together. They're out in the city now. Thorn looks between the two of you. All right, boys. It's just us. What are we doing now?
I got some work to take care of. I gotta go check in with Sid. I think he's getting close to completing the Platinum Gate, actually. Then
Okay.
I promised a custom weapon for Arif's sister, so I'll probably be taking care of that right after.
That's what she meant. Gotcha. Okay. All right. Looks over at you. Anything for you, Eidos? Or should I go back to talking to Chad?
I guess we can just wait on Rose to get here now. We got everything took care of. We just got to hear back from Aureus. I know he went to find out about Manon. So I guess let's go. Yeah, let's just go chill with Chad. Wait for Rose to pop in and go from there.
All right. As they head there, Ken, roll me investigation to find Sid. Aerith, is there anywhere in particular you're taking Zach within the city today?
I mean, nowhere really special.
Get matching tattoos.
No,
Just kind of showing him the sights.
essentially.
As you're walking through, do you go into the, like, because, so Erebor is made up of 3 different distinct tiers, and you've been in this city long enough, you know the top tier is kind of like middle class. It's a lot of shops, apartment buildings, nice houses with like small like townhouses, well, like, nice townhouses, built in with libraries and public access buildings and parks and things like that. The central area is upper class, and that is big plots of land towards large buildings that each have like their own independent yards. There are little like ponds and small lakes that litter all around the central tier, and it's where most of the more fancy shops are, like Colors of Magic. Lorena mostly just serves the upper class, so her shop is here in the central tier. And then the lower tier is the docks, and the docks is populated mostly by the lower class and the more blue collar workers, as you know, they work closely towards the docks because of Erebor's location on the river, being a main trade port with both, or with primarily Baldur's Gate right now. In addition, beyond the bridge of the southern town is the farm, which is a smaller kind of farming area built on the opposite side of the Shantar River, off our map down here, where some of the local produce is grown, but most of it's actually brought in from the green field. So is there anywhere you're not, are you just like keeping it mostly to the central tier, like up here? Are you showing him the whole city?
Mainly central tier.
Okay. So as you're walking around, the city really is something else. I'm so used to Baldur's Gate, where even among the nobility in the noble sections, the underbelly shows itself quite predominantly. Here it seems much more controlled. It's nice.
It is.
How long have you been adventuring with this crew? Curious.
Oh gosh, how long has it been?
It depends on like how it's probably about 6 months.
6
honestly.
months.
That's quite a long time, and not too long at all.
No,
You know-
but we're tight as thieves. Not literally, though.
It feels like it's been 5 years.
It feels like it.
Mm-hmm. Combat does bring people together. Putting your life in each other's hands, it builds trust on a much deeper level. And they seem like good people.
They are. They always have good intentions at heart.
So strong in half a year.
Right?
Yeah, I mean,
It's crazy.
Terrifying.
you're
It
constantly
turns out,
being.
Oh yeah, that one guy at half a year, he's now at God.
When you're constantly being attacked by supernatural forces, I suppose.
All of a sudden, anime makes much more sense with how fast.
Right?
We're just constantly getting that Saiyan boost. We're just getting the shit kicked into us so we come back stronger every time.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's exactly what's happening.
Zenkai.
Hmm.
Do you have plans for after you're all... After the battle is done, the day is won?
Kind of, yeah. Plan on opening a school. Teach people about magic.
Any idea where?
Not as of right now.
Well, if it happens to be the inland here or near somewhere where I could probably find myself a way to be stationed nearby.
I wouldn't put it past you.
I know a new city state that'll need hired guards. Me?
So, is there anything you wanted to talk to him about? Any conversations you wish to have? I just don't want to take the scene away from you and prematurely if there were things you wanted to add.
No, not really.
As you continue your kind of leisurely walk through the central tier, Ken, with a 20, you look around and finding the gate isn't hard. Big circular ring. Finding the airship, also not hard. Big airship. They're in opposite directions, and you initially head over towards the gate, and as you turn the gate, you hear, "Oi! You're gonna have to lift harder than that if you're gonna get... No, not just Wedge. You can't just have Wedge doing all the work. Everyone needs..." You walk up to find Biggs shouting at everyone. The small... The halfling is when I made him, because I know I'm basing him on Lalafell, but I think I made him a halfling. And in the distance, Wedge, the Goliath, along with 2 other human aides, are like pulling on a rope, and it looks like they are connecting the second to last piece of the ring. As you approach, Biggs turns around. "Ah, Mr. Ken, nice to see you. It's almost done." You might be muted. I don't have Discord up right now. Nope, he's not muted. He's just not there.
I had my thing. Yeah, I got my.
You're
super
muted.
muted.
I had a, yeah, my mic has a switch. I accidentally flipped.
Ghost mute.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like, yeah. Hey, Biggs. Excellent work. And then he
Thank
like
you,
looks
thank
over to the guys struggling. He's like, do they need help?
I mean, if you want to help,
Yeah, let me
if you-
let me go over there before they pull something or break something or themselves. And he's just gonna walk over and help.
lift with legs. Oh, you hear Wedge grunt as he's struggling. The only one to roll above a 10. Roll me a strength check.
I can do that. Inspiration?
Okay, go for it.
There we go.
Yeah, it's better.
You kind of walk up, you grab a little bit of the slack, and you pull. And in that moment, your foot starts to slip, and you kind of have to like repivot and quickly plant your foot correctly, and you pull, and you feel the weight start to give into the arc of it, and you hear from the front, "Good, good," and it kind of like lifts it up. Hold there. Wedge, let's go. And I need you to make another strength saving throw.
Oh, Jesus.
Or I guess in this case, it's a saving throw. As he kind of like scrambles over Biggs. And Biggs is like, on it! Runs right past you, kind of like jumps up, grabs onto like the top of his belt, and uses that to like propel himself up, wedges back and onto his shoulder, jumps up onto the top and kind of stands at the top of the ring, precariously balancing it, holds it in place, and he and Wedge slide it into the slot. You then see Biggs take out the little arcane tool. It's not an all-purpose tool, but it's like a tool used for making mana circuitry, and start to like line things out like a welder. As the slack goes loose from your grip, and the two people in front of you kind of like, oh, and pant. And the one directly in front of you turns around and sees you and goes, thanks, that thing was heavy. Wedge turns around and sees you. Oh, Mr. Ken. Hello. All right, and we're done. There's a as the piece whirs into life, and the only thing that's now missing from the second gate is the keystone piece. All right, just got to install that one. Should be done in a few hours. If you wanted to stick around and help, you could definitely give us a hand.
Trust me, I would love nothing more than to see this come to life, but I made a promise to some people. I'm on commission for a custom weapon, and I've also brought someone to introduce Sid to. And found another person to learn the beauty of artificery.
All right, another kindred spirit. I like it. I like it. All right. Well, Sid's on the airship, the Starlight Dragon. He's well, I'll let him tell you.
Is he okay? He
yeah.
starts to frown. He's like, "Is he all right?"
No, he's good. He's all good. He's fine. We hit a point in this. He kind of looks back over the ring, where Biggs and I Wedge and I kind of had it, and I think he felt inspired by something. I don't know. He got an idea, and I'll let him tell you about it.
Oh, okay. Well, you guys keep up the good work.
All right.
Take breaks where you can. Drink water.
All right. Yeah, you too. Stay hydrated. Huh?
Yep. I guess I'll start walking towards the ship.
Okay. As like Wedge goes over to Wedge goes over to get like his own pitcher of water, his own this tiny glass. The two human helpers who are like level 1 artificers who are just starting their training are like laying on their back, panting heavily. You head back. Where were you heading?
Airship.
Airship next. Okay. You cross the yard in the opposite direction, and as you are doing that, within the main atrium, Thorn and Eodos, you enter in to see Chad back at his desk, sitting there. He smiles over, nods as the front door opens, and Aureus, you enter with narrative timing.
Narrative timing.
All right, I need to grab many ingots.
Is that what you say when you walk in?
No, that I'm saying that to myself in my head. I don't know where the ingots are. They said they
No, you
moved.
So as
where's
you head in, Chad is sitting at his desk. Thorn and Eodos had just kind of walked in. Chad waves. Welcome back. Thorn goes, "Hey, Aureus."
Hello. Where?
So, how'd it go?
It is available for purchase. I just need to talk to Emily about getting the money.
Chad kind of like taps the side of his nose. You know what? That weighs a
Yes.
godload. Yeah, it's. Hold on. Gets up, walks over to the other door, knocks on it. Hand here. We need access to your hole.
Ooh,
Okay.
that's a rough way to
know.
put it.
He makes us do it. He thinks it's so funny. You hear?
It is really funny.
All right, lad. But you gotta buy me dinner first. And he opens the door. Oh, you all guess. Sorry about that. Hey, everybody. Kind of gives a salute to Aureus. Nods to Eidos. Oh, what you need?
I need to grab 13,000 gold worth of bars.
Okay. All right. Doing some math here in my head. All right. That's gonna be 13 of these bars.
Yep.
Come on with me. Leads you in. The room's still pretty much organized. It's like a hoarder is really trying not to be a hoarder anymore. But he's still a hoarder.
Yeah, we cleaned up the
Cleaned
it up a while back.
It's been a
Or
week.
tried to.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's been a week.
He's trying not to let it reclutter, but you know how it gets. He kind of
Yeah.
like kicks it over to one side and looks over at Aureus. I'm sorry, I'm trying. I promise. All right, into the hole. And he like moves the rug out of the way and pulls up on the trapdoor hatch, and the cool air from the underground storage wafts up, and you head on down with him to retrieve 13 platinum bars.
Yes, and I'm going to put them in my bag of holding.
Shoomp, shoomp. They each weigh about
Will that break it?
7 pounds. No, because
Oh, okay.
it's 100 ounces. Because it's a single platinum coin is a 1 ounce coin, and the ingots are 100 coins worth of value. So they all actually weigh the same amount, and they're all pretty much the same size. Because I did a bunch of math and science. The weight density of gold and platinum is only off by about 10%. So the gold bars are like half a pound lighter than the platinum bars, but they're all only about like 6 inches long and like an inch deep. They're those small ones that you see at like the trade shows. All right, 13 as you put the 13th one in your bag. You He looks up the ladder at you, Eidos, who's outside the hole. He's allowed to take this, right? I'm not going to get yelled at again, am I? I didn't expect that.
I did ask everybody for it.
All right,
Not everybody.
I trust you, but I just want a second opinion. He did get it right, Eidos.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, all right. Pats you on the back. Have fun then, son.
Almost everybody.
Uh-huh.
I'm not going to tell him that, though. And then I did change my mind. I'm not going to grab extra platinum because I don't want the church to get in trouble.
Yeah. What's the worst that could happen? Just giving randomly marked platinum ingots to a church.
It was donated from a
Uh-huh.
random stranger who wanted
You said-
to go to the
Oh, red
world.
stranger.
A random stranger.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
A very generous noble walked through town.
They definitely don't know you guys.
They certainly wouldn't be like, oh, this is a weird dragon symbol on the top of this. I wonder what this... Oh, look, the signia was just incorporated. Interesting.
I'll give
So
him
you took
the
13.
gold. It's fine. So I'll walk back to Manon's.
Okay. Well, small bit of occurrence because you know me. I love to stir up drama. I live for the drama, guys. I'm just doing some quick math right now. Okay.
Rose showing up right now.
Oh yeah, you know it. 2 hours, right, Rose?
Yep.
Okay. So as you finish up your
Stay
2
another hour.
hours,
Fine, we won't mind.
you walk to Manon's and back. Your bet fulfilled. And I will leave inquisitive minds to the future to find out what actually happened there, because I feel like there may be some inspiration. But either way, as you finish out your 2 hours, what would you like to do next?
I guess Rose will head out of the mansion door.
Theron follows you. As you leave, though, the door pops away because this is pretty much right when the mansion was open the day
Right.
before.
Yeah, they're probably gonna be like, "Hey, let's close this." Yeah, but
You see the
they just
sparkles.
walk out. They have a length of rope in their hand, and they're kind of staring down at it, like sadly. I can't
I'm
believe you did
sorry.
that.
I didn't. I tried to. It was reflexive. I really tried to control my strength. I'm sorry.
Now I just have to know how much. Shit. I was told this was like unbreakable.
I've never seen rope like that. That was some kind of metal. It was impressive. I don't.
How much is she holding back? Damn. Anyways. Yeah, they'll walk out.
He kind of just follows along with you. So I assume this is farewell.
Yeah. I suppose I've left them waiting long enough.
Well, let's go see everybody. I should say goodbye to my brother anyways. We've definitely kept them waiting.
Yeah, Rose will just grin at the mention of Aerith and it was fun though. I'm sure he'll.
Regrets?
Hmm?
You have
Me?
regrets?
No, I said it was fun.
Oh, sorry, I misheard you. It was fun.
And he may or may not still deign to murder me. That's, fine.
I hope he doesn't. I truly do hope he sees the beauty in everything that has happened here.
I don't know why he's so opposed to seeing you guys. I mean, like, family is family.
Complicated.
Yeah.
It's just
But,
complicated.
seems like he has a decent relationship with you guys, though, if not annoyed.
It wasn't always like that. Like I said, he kind of like looks at you. I know how strong I am, and you've seen the difference between the two of us. To be the closest in age and to be so vastly different, me more interested in what was buried in the dirt than the family right before me, and Aerith simply wanting to make people smile. I was very hard on him. And the others, well, by the time he was growing up, they were well into their own lives. Fina was beginning to figure out who she was. And so it was really just us, and, well, I owe him an apology. One I don't know if I'm strong enough to make, but I do owe it to him.
I'm sure he knows.
I hope
I mean,
so.
it's just so hard to believe. You're so sweet, and Rose will reach up, like, next to him and pinch his cheek.
You're such a cutie.
Taps it lightly and grins.
He smiles and kind of like chuckles at the notion of it. People change. And the elf I am now is not the elf I was 50 years ago. I have spent your lifetime figuring my shit out.
Double. long-lived races. It just, I mean, do you just like, does it take longer to set in? Like,
Does what?
human, like, to learn how
No.
Are you calling
to
them slow?
no,
No, it's nothing.
just
If you raise an elf next to a human, they appear to grow mostly at the same rate. Adolescence comes around 15 years, 10 to 15 years, and full physical maturity around 25. But, as you said, elves are long-lived. Our lives are more than just the flash in the pan to make the most of it, and so we take extra time. We don't, as a society, acknowledge each other as adult until our 100th birthday. When we've seen a century, then we may be seen as adults within our community. But it does not mean that we're not physically mature, or can't love, or experience, or learn slower. Our lifespan gives us the opportunity to enjoy the ride more. To have trysts and wild romances, and to enjoy every day knowing that even the bad ones are a small fraction compared to what they could be. But it comes with its own curse. Immortality, or long life, means seeing things change. Things that were once a given are different 10 years later within your culture. Which is why most elves tend to stick to Lintier. It's very
seems a little isolationist, I guess.
painful to see the world change so much around you so quickly in your own eyes. And to still understand that for your people it is just a moment. It's just how things are. And for us, how they were 10 years ago is how things are. But they're not that way anymore. I remember the days when the Sword Coast was peaceful, and days when it was at war.
I mean, to be fair, at least this most current time that's been accelerated, I guess. It's all
The Cult of the
this.
Dragon made many waves. To lose one of the great landmarks of our nation. For your generation, Baragost is a memory, a wound to be fought, to be avenged. But to us, it was a city. I was there 60 years ago, but I saw the town, the people, the buildings. For it to be gone. That's the weight the elves bear.
Mm.
And that's why, for him to find his people among the other races, it makes sense. He never found his place within our society, and I think that the rules and judgments and expectations to take things slow and to manage yourself didn't sit well with him.
You know.
I'm glad he found you all. And I'm glad you brought him home. I know he wasn't happy, but it means the world to have seen him again. Don't tell him I said that, though. Like, you're gonna tell
What are you
him,
gonna do for it?
What would be acceptable?
I don't know. Maybe we'll hang out again.
Another
You'll owe
few
me again.
hours.
Not right now,
I hope we do.
but
you're right.
sometime later.
We need to get you back to your friends, so you may be on your way. Save the
Back
world.
to business. Saving.
Come on.
Why can't it just? Why can't the world just hang on a minute? Like, why can't we take a longer vacation? See the sights. Hang out.
There's no one but me ushering you along now. You could. Just
No.
from what it sounds like, you and your friends are the only ones standing against this.
And
Or
that's
who
the
could stand
problem.
against it. And know you have allies supporting you. Friends. Everywhere you go. Alright. Pats you on the back with a little extra strength, kind of sends you staggering forward just a little bit. Now, to your friends, come on. I have to say goodbye to my brother.
Yes. Then keep walking.
You guys both head downstairs to the dining room, which is mostly empty. The only one in there is Tristina. She looks up and goes, "Oh, you're still here. All your friends have left for Iriabor.
They. What now?
They said that you would be able to follow them? They left a few hours ago. Yes,
What the
a couple
fuck?
hours.
They left?
Yes, I figured they talked to you. Did they not talk to you?
No.
No, they took the
What?
everybody. Leo, Fina, even Zach went with them.
Patient motherfuckers. It's been like an
Goodbye.
hour.
It's been closer to 2, maybe 3.
2 hours.
Yes, well, sorry.
What if we actually stayed, but we gaslit Rose into thinking we left?
Let's convince Tristina to...
What the fuck? Okay. Well, this is awkward.
A little bit.
I mean, does Rose see the note on the table?
Yes.
Okay.
It has your name on the front of it. Actually, that would be true. They actually left you a note.
It can't even fucking. How many of our party know sending? Goes forward and picks it up.
Let's see. I know this was earlier. Ken had written it. Oh, I found it. It
Open
says
it,
on
it
the
just
front.
says, "Give fuck nerd."
Went to Iriabor. Meet us there.
Yeah, very helpful. Well, god damn it. I mean, do you care if you say goodbye to your brother? Did you want?
I think I'll
Take the
wait.
entire family to your board.
No. I'll wait. If I say goodbye now, then something may happen. If I don't say goodbye, he'll come home. So that I can say, I'm sorry. So I'll stay here. Triss kind of like looks at you, looks at there, and her brow furrows. All right.
Rose just kind of stands there for a minute with the note and like taps on it and then looks back up at the rest of them, the two of them, and just, all right. Well, again, this is awkward. I'm leaving, I guess, alone. So, yeah.
Darren puts his hand on your shoulder. You'll never be alone. There are people in this world who love you. You're never alone. You have family.
give him a little bit of an uncomfortable smile. And then snap their fingers.
Okay. You click your fingers. You into yourself, leaving behind the Zatara estate. And as you emerge in the front entry hall to the Guardians of the Sword Coast Area War Branch,
Right.
soon to be known as the Coalition of Independent Ventures.
Right. They appear and just like not even looking around. They're still kind of like looking at the rope in their hand again, and they're just like, God, Chatty, fucking, they left me.
You
You
say that
understand this?
as Eodos and Aureus are walking out from Hendir's office. And Chad's like, just kind of like points at you and then points to them. And then from behind you see Thorin go, Rose! 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 Jumping up from behind Eodos and Aureus because he's shorter than both of them.
They, oh shit. They just
like,
freeze.
Rose! Man, you guys are big. Hey! You're here! The door opens, and behind you and to your left, as you hold the broken rope in your hand, you see Tazmikella step through the doorway. Rose! You've made it! He kind of walks up to hug you from the other side, and as she kind of like opens her arms up, Thorn wraps his arms around you, and they both kind of like wrap both their arms around you. Leo steps out from the office with Emmeline behind. You still just sit there frozen?
And they will blink and kind of turn to Taz a little bit, like face pale.
Okay.
And then they'll pull back and duck back out the door.
Okay. You try to run?
Yep.
Okay.
That's not the reaction I was expecting.
You feel both of them like attempt to like hold on to you, but they weren't expecting that either. As you dip down and turn to run, bolt out the front door. And Taz kind of like arms still half leaning on Thorns. Well, that was odd. Go after them. On it. And he's just gonna like bolt after you as you run into the city. Where are you going?
They don't know.
Okay, you run into the city. Roll me a survival check. Eodos and Aureus, what are you two doing?
Yeah, this is perfect. So, Rose will not hamper me as I go to purchase the item.
Great.
Okay. Perfect.
Is Thorn gonna just tackle Rose, like football tackle?
Thorn, my boy. What is your
Oh, no.
wisdom? Alright, well, he's got survival proficiency, so that makes that a 9.
He'll roll higher than a 3.
You run out the door, and Thorn bolts after you as Aureus and Eodos watch on. Leo Valeur kind of like leans against the door frame. That was odd. Emmeline's like, oh, I'm guessing it has something to do with your brother. Thorn bolts out after you, kind of like looks left and right, but he's not entirely sure which way you went, and you both end up running in different directions.
No.
So you're gonna do that whole like zigzagging around the city in opposite directions kind of deal. Do you try to say anything while you're running? I'll say this: as you cast your 7th level spell, there is a twinkling, a sparkling around you of prismatic light that is not normal to your casting. And as you kind of stand frozen in the guild hall and then leave, there's a tingling in your chest.
That could mean fucking anything.
Do you say that out loud?
I guess, yeah.
As you say that out loud, words don't come out. Instead, pink bubbles rise from your mouth. And
Got
float
it. Okay.
up and around you.
Fucking wild magic.
Thorn runs. Taz looks over at the two of you as Aureus heads into town to circumvent the treasurer and spend 13,000 gold. Eidos, what are you doing? Are you going with Aureus to figure out what he's buying?
Or
did you have other things?
I mean, I'm kind of tempted to help Taz and Thorn here because he knows Rose has been missing them. But I didn't want to interrupt. Before they go take it off, I'm gonna make Rose have to waste a spell slot because I'm gonna hold monster on them because they're a creature within range.
Okay. So as you begin to turn and run, you hear casting behind you, Rose. Are you going to use the spell slot, or are you going to make the save?
What kind of save is it?
It's a wisdom, right?
Pretty sure, yeah. Yeah, so wisdom
Verbal
save.
components to do counterspell.
Oh no.
I'm pretty
Do I
is
not?
just
Am I unable to talk, or does it just bubbles come out?
you can't
oh,
speak
no,
for the
it's
next
just
minute.
somatic.
No, yeah, it's just somatic.
Oh,
so
okay.
it's
Interesting.
Oh, it is just somatic. Interesting.
That would be
Right?
funny
Okay,
though.
well,
That's what I'm saying. So I'm gonna make them use that because if they do that, that'll definitely give Thorn and Taz time to grab Rose to stop them from running.
Okay.
I guess I'll. Shit, yeah, I'll use the counterspell.
Okay.
Although I'll probably still have to roll for it.
Yeah, I was going to
'cause-
say, what level counterspell do you use? You're not, in this moment, you have no idea what spell. You just hear
Yeah,
Eidos
no.
casting something.
They'll just put it off at a third, I guess, then.
All right, roll me a charisma check.
That sounds about right.
Hell
Okay,
yeah.
that's
Hell
fair.
yeah. As you hear the cast behind you, you guys see Rose like spin on a dime and clap their hands together heavily, and there's this pulse of arcane magic that attempts to disrupt the hold monster spell, but the wave of energy from it washes over them, and you are paralyzed. So
This
instead
is just like Rose. Just be cool. We keep doing this. Nobody wants to fucking talk to each other. I know.
It's okay.
Guys.
Now that I know that you can't because of the bubbles, I kind of get it. But like, just calm down. Nobody's out to get you. Like,
We're just
you have time, okay? And Eidos is gonna drop it now. Just like, listen, I was in the Shadowfell for a very small amount of time, but everything they did was about making the most of that moment. And if you leave things unsaid, you will regret it. And if you just take off when the people you want to see the most in the world show up, you will really regret it. Just talk to these fuckers.
Yes. What's wrong, Rose? What's going on? Yeah, I thought you missed us. I thought you wanted to see us.
Rose will turn back from Eidos to them and open their mouth, and bubbles come out. And then they like furrow their brow like angrily.
Kaz just raises one hand up towards your cheek to try to like rub her hand, like her thumb against your cheekbone. My dear, just take a moment. It'll wear off soon. Deep breaths.
I know exactly what you need, and Eidos is gonna rummage through Rose's pocket for them, pull out that key, and hold it up. Like, just go into the mansion and spend some time with them. And talk to them, please. Because there's also some crazy shit you're gonna have to learn about after that. But like right now, you're about to just take off. And Eric did the same thing, and I was not there to catch his ass when he was gonna run away from this. But the people that matter to me most keep trying to fuck things up for themselves. You deserve to be happy, Rose. Just be happy, okay?
Their brow kind of froze, and then you say something about like things that they need to be caught up on and raise one eyebrow. And then, like, take the key and stare at it.
One thing at a time, okay? Your minute wears off, you feel the tingling fade away, the light taste of soap in the back of your throat.
Oh. Oh,
I know.
why?
Well, they don't call it tame magic.
Why are you here?
Because you said you needed me here. You said you needed us. You missed us.
I do. I did. I told you that because you weren't supposed to listen to me. You weren't supposed to drop something important to the security of a fucking plane to come back for my needy ass. Why?
Love. Of course I would. Things are under control. Okay? No one's going to get hurt while we're away. No one is going to, I don't know, foment a coup or anything. It's fine. Everything's okay.
Fucking might. It's the Feywild. You were in charge of shit.
No.
We were in charge of shit.
We were helping them. And we are. We have spoken with Lady Chandria, and we have made a tentative alliance between her as well as the remains of the Autumn Court and the Free Fae, who make up most of the Winter Court. Everything is peaceful now. There are tensions, and there will be things to resolve in the years to come, but there is nothing that I can be doing there. And honestly, she looks back over her shoulders, I'm needed here right now. I'm needed here, not just for you, although you were what drew me here, and I would make that journey again in an instant, no matter what. Just, this is where I needed to be. Or, like, yeah, I mean, we know how hard things are out here for you guys. You guys are really in the thick of it, so anything you need from us. Well, then let's not understate it anymore. Come on. Like Ido said, let's go in the mansion. Let's go home. Let's tell us about what's happened, okay? Let us help bear your burden. She kind of like looks up. Yes, I was going to say something, but I felt it was a bit rude. You smell a bit like an elf.
Hey.
Leo chuckles. Does that make sense? Still, come on. What is that? Where did... She points at the circlet. Is that what I think it is?
Oh. Rose will just reach over and just hands Thorin the rope that they were holding and reaches up to take it off.
Wait, how'd this break?
I,
She played too hard.
you know.
But that...
Yeah,
This is...
that's what I told him. Need to find Ken later. That's an awkward conversation.
rope was so strong, I couldn't break it.
Well, that's not a surprise. I'm more surprised that you didn't break it.
Anyway, the circlet.
Anyway, yeah. This is... Yeah, good question. One of the artifacts, I think. Well, okay, I know, but it's still a little new. Hand it to Tess.
Cradles it in her hand. This is Bahamut's love.
Apparently.
Let's go inside. You tell us everything that's happened. Unload your burden, and let us try to help you. Okay? This is not... No one is in danger by you taking care of yourself.
That seems unlikely, given our constant history. But sure. A couple hours. Right here. In the lobby?
Whoever...
So Chad can stare at the door for the rest of his shift?
I mean, if you guys want, you have your barracks room nice and comfy.
Yeah, that's not
always
that's not as fun.
paid up. Maybe not right now.
He just looks at Chad and gives him a silent, I'm so sorry.
He just nods. I guess anyone would do.
Yeah, I have... I guess I could burn a sixth. Unless you want to help me.
Oh, no, I can help. What do you need? I haven't used any of my arcane abilities yet today.
Second or third?
I'll throw a third.
Okay. Rose kind of turns over to Eidos. Gives him a little bit, like, just a small smile. But still kind of nervous.
They just give you a grin and a wave. It, just like with Chad, the silent sorry. It's a sorry, but also good luck.
Right. Just on the wall next to the main entrance, they'll just throw up the door.
Okay.
I will change it back to normal.
You shift things back to the way they should be as you open the door. It swings inward into that shimmering light portal, and you walk in. Taz following quickly after you. Thorn walks up to the doorway and kind of puts his hand on the side of the doorway and turns around. Thanks, Eidos. I felt like for a second there I was going to be running around the city for the next 2 hours. And it just... It's crazy. I appreciate it.
Anytime.
Walks through the door. It closes and leaves the shimmering outline behind it. Aureus, you're heading into Manon's?
Yes.
Okay. Ken, there's 2 reveals that I want to do. I want to do what Sid's been working on, and then I want to reveal what Aureus is buying.
So I want them to guess first. I want to see if anyone's guessed it.
I didn't guess the right one, but if you want to, if everyone wants to whisper me a guess, I could then determine whether or not it's correct.
Yes. Okay.
Well,
I have zero guess. I would have to
have
go
zero
Google it, and
guess, too.
I feel like if I Google something that's worth, he told us 15,000, I might find it, but I feel like that would be cheating. So I'm just gonna wait to see the reveal.
I don't have a guess
Okay.
either. I don't know items as well.
okay. One of you is correct.
Which one?
So Ken, I'm not telling. So Ken,
I'm not telling.
I'm not telling.
as you cross the yard, you walk over to see the Starlight Dragon in all of its glory. It's been rebuilt, it's been remodeled from its time where you took ownership of it following the Starlight Avengers procurement from Parnast. You see, let's see, what would it kind of look like right now? There's definitely been construction being done. There are pieces of the APMs that have been kind of disassembled and are setting in the grass next to it. It doesn't look like it could fly right now. As well as a section of the hull has been removed. As you kind of like walk around it, getting that assessment, you head over to where the ladder is and climb your way up onto the deck. Walk into the captain's room where you find Sid sitting at the captain's work table with a mess of blueprints and schematics sprawled out before him, a cup of coffee steaming off to one side, and his hand just rubbing his grizzled chin. So I could try. And then as you kind of approach, he hears the footsteps and turns around and goes, "What was it? Ken! Oh, it's good to see you, lad!" He gets up, walks over towards you, and pulls you into a big hug.
Hey,
How you
Sid?
been?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Just had a small victory, and we decided to come back to take a couple days off. What's going on with you? You doing all right?
Oh yeah, doing great. Training that new batch of chuckleheads. Biggs and Wedge taken to it like ducks to water. It's marvelous to see here.
Oh, speaking of which, I have someone else that I'd like to introduce you to.
All
Sarah.
right.
It's Eris, one of Eris' older brothers, actually, weirdly enough.
All right.
Apparently he's a ambassador of Lawton.
Oh.
Ambassador to Lawton. He's from here.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah. Me and him had the discussion. Trust me, he's good people.
All right. I don't need Madani finding me out here. This is not what I want right now.
No. He's good people.
Cool. All right. I'd be happy to talk with him. Answer any questions you might have. I live to. I don't know. I love teaching. That's what I found. I realized. And this kind of stuff. This is crazy. Come here. Come on in. So I was looking over these. He pulls out some parchments. And these ones are arcane in nature. Blueprints. Blueprints for the APMs. Now, I don't understand a lot of the mumbo-jumbo here. It's a lot of draconic. That's kind of doesn't make exact sense. But I do understand energy and energy flow. And I think... Kind of taps the side of his nose. I think I found a solution to the problem with the APMs.
The overheating issue?
He just nods. Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't have any sort of way of displacing the excess heat that it produces. All you need is a proper heat sink and arcane or mana circuits in our case flow to direct that energy into a more useful place. That's so simple. You had extra, but they couldn't see it. It was just a natural. So I think. I'm sorry. I probably should have asked before I took everything apart. It just.
No, it's fine. I kind of saw them safely, detached, and looks like someone was working on it, and I could only assume you were the person to work on it. So I trust you knew what you were doing, and I trust you to take care of her.
Good. I appreciate that. Is this bird something else? Or dragon? I also had something on that, but I'm gonna save that for last. All right, I'll save it for last because I got one other thing that I wanted to run by you. Is based off something of your inventions. Let's see, right here. He takes out curled up parchment, looks like a blueprint, and he unfurls it. And this is artificery. This is a schematic. It is also pretty easily identifiable to you as a much, much larger version of Vidofnir. So I started disassembling the hull. We got enough room down there. We're not going to be able to store any cargo, and crew quarters might take a little bit of a hit to be able to displace energy, keep the batteries flowing. But this bird has a destiny. She's going to fly. She's going to fly into battle. This dragon will roar.
Oh, yes. Yes, she is. Sid, you magnificent bastard.
Oh, it was your idea. You built that cannon into your shoulder. And I just watching it kind of appear and retreat and kind of robots in disguise hide itself. It just inspired me. Just gotta kind of hide it within the hull so that it doesn't cause drag while we're flying. Maneuvering during battle might be a little bit trickier, but this will give her the teeth she needs to take down anything that stands in her way.
Glorious. Absolutely glorious.
Now, and this is just me, alright? You can change it if you want. I'm partially attached to it, been calling the bird by it, but you know, us fine. If you don't like it, I don't mind. It's your airship. I had to draw out full schematics. He pulls out one more sheaf off of like a kind of rack off to the side, and he unfurls it on the top. And this one is a full schematic of the Starlight Dragon. Built from the ground up, pretty much from artificery. There's little bits of indication here and there of arcane, like the remnants of arcane power, enchantment being used within the hull or within some of like the doors or the kitchens or things like that. But for the most part, the engines, the essentially the capacitors and the heat sinks are all going to be artificery, as well as the main cannon. And at the top left, you see the word Ragnarok. Well, it's an old word from London. Supposed to mean the beginning of the end. I thought it made for a good name. What about you?
Ragnarok. I love it. Let's do it.
Hell yeah. Great, alright. Oh. Alright, well, I'm just gonna keep working on it then. I've been going for the past 4 days, almost straight, but I don't know, give me a week. Probably have her flying again.
Alright, you got it.
It's up from the table, or kind of like backs away from the table. It's gonna be my pride and joy. You see Nuts kind of like running around the perimeter, like the top perimeter of the captain's cabin, jumps onto his shoulder. I don't, you're my pride. I know, you're my pride and joy. I get it. My life's accomplishment then. Jeez. Pets.
Yeah.
Just smiles at you.
Well, looks like Biggs and Wedge are just about done with the second gate. Yeah, let's try to go find Leo. Let's get him underway, and then I gotta get materials going for a commission I got hired for. Well, not hired per se, but it's a favor for a friend.
All right. And if you need help with that, let me know, and I might ask you to look over the schematics, just make sure I didn't overlook anything, just, extra pair of eyes and all.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
All right. Let's go meet this friend of yours. Interested to see what he thinks of our common friends back across the pond.
Yeah. Should be an interesting talk.
As you guys head in to do that, one final scene as Aureus push your way in through the door into Manon's.
And
Nina
spends a
looks
shit
up
ton of money.
and smiles.
Hello,
Welcome back,
Nina.
Aureus.
Here to finish my meeting.
Very good. I have been informed. Let me lead you back to his office. She stands up and kind of like flips the sign around on her desk. It's just like, be back in 5 minutes. Heads into the back, knocks on the door. Master Manon, Aureus has returned to finish his arranged deal. Yeah, good. Oh, come on in, Aureus. Sit down. All right. So let me see these ingots. As you head on in and sit down, he's still sitting behind his desk, his fingers steepled before his head and kind of like leaning against his bottom jaw.
I'll grab out all the 13 bars and set them neatly in front of him.
Picks them up. Oh, that's pure platinum. I would know that. Okay. And this is the symbol that they're all marked with.
Correct, that's the Ken symbol.
FBI.
The FBI. Kind of like traces his fingers around his First Brood Industries around the perimeter. Alright. Turns around, rubs the statue's head, bookshelf opens. turns the safe combination a few times. Leaves the safe open this time. You see there are probably about 4 other boxes, all ranging from the same size as this one, about 2 inches in diameter, all the way up to ones that's about like 2 feet long and maybe like 8 inches wide. He picks up the ingots and kind of carries them like 4 at a time, makes a few trips, sets them down. He leaves one on his desk to study. Slides the box across the way to you. We're gonna leave this one off the books, seeing as the transfer of coin is a little under the table in this case. So no contracts, no fingerprints needed. You are now the proper owner of that. And I hope that it brings you fortune.
Thank you. And I hope that you can get a return on your investment with the platinum.
My investment's in you all. And I believe that is the safest bet anyone could make in any time. Go with the grace of the gods, and good luck.
You as
My
well.
fortunes rest on you. Turns around, closes the safe, and kind of sits back down. You see him pick up the ingot as you leave. Head back. You head out into Manon's and open the box and look down at your new item. Do you want to share with everyone who was right?
Who was right? I have the Iron Stone of Mastery.
I fucking told you. I knew it.
You did. You called it.
Tried to gaslight you off of it.
Oh, I knew you were.
Plus
Yeah.
1 to your proficiency bonus.
Yes.
Oh,
Yep.
no. Oh, no.
As soon as you said stone, and I was like, all right, it's most likely one of those. And then you said, it's so simple. And I'm like, well, I know exactly.
Yeah, me saying it's so simple. I'll give it away.
Hell yeah, dude.
I feel like I
God.
almost convinced you, but
I knew there was
No,
a
but
bunch
I
of
think-
ion stones,
Oh.
but I would not have been able to tell you which
Yeah.
one or what. To be honestly.
Yeah, my first instinct when you said stone was... Which one was it that I looked up?
That golem that you posted, or sent to me, that
Regeneration.
does sound dope, though.
yes, I tried to trick you with that. But I
That
know
was
when
not
I said
trick.
sip. I know. I figured when I said simple, I kind of shafted myself. Put it away.
I guess the final scene will be
Does not
Aerith.
automatically add it.
and Zach. Where do you go for lunch? You get to make up a restaurant here within the central tier of Erebor. Whatever genre you want, whatever style you want, that's where you and Zach go to lunch. So paint me a mind image to end this game on a happy note. The two of you like milkshakes sharing a straw, like that kind of, just tug at the heartstrings. Let's go.
Oh, God, I'm horrible at these.
It's improv, man. You have 5 years of practice. You can't be horrible at it.
Your expectations are too high. You should lower them. All right, let me think.
Just do your best. Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Nothing too fancy. Let's do.
Well, you're in the fancy tier, so it could be fancy or.
Well, I mean, we're not
whatever you
exactly
look for.
dressed for fancy.
That's fair. That's fair.
And I
Not
don't
with
have
that
any
attitude.
illusion. I don't have any illusion spells. Oh wait, do
You
I?
have seeming. You have seeming.
Oh,
You
that's
could-
true,
you
I
could
do have
literally
seeming.
just the two of you.
You literally have the one, like,
The
super
best
illusion
one.
spell. Yeah,
the perfect one.
you bitch. Hate this spell.
Paint us the ideal lunch date between Aerith and Zach within your home city, the city that Aerith has claimed as his real home. Because going home to Lintier is scary, but coming home to Erebor is home. So
Let's see. It would be. This sucks because I don't really go out to restaurants other than like Texas Roadhouse.
Texas Roadhouse.
right, you say that like it's a bad thing, but my stomach
I love
crumbled and my
Texas
mouth is
Roadhouse.
watering.
I'm sorry.
The closest one to us is like 5 hours away.
It's so far. It's Vegas, man.
No, there
Oh,
isn't
no.
even one in Vegas. The closest is Prescott.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Right? Vegas does not have a fucking Texas Roadhouse. Like, what the fuck?
Well, that's sad.
Right?
You should sue
Let
him.
me think. What?
wanna
other
build it together?
restaurants? Give me a moment because I read at them all the time in Yaoi, so I'm trying to like But they're always like the tropes where it's like one person's extremely rich and then the other person is like super broke and has never been in that
You're
situation
fucking
before.
rich.
Like, one of you is an adventurer and the other is a mercenary.
I have
You have like
I have
thousands
money
of
on me.
gold.
Yeah.
You,
That's a
say
lot.
you're the adventurer with a lot of money, and he's a mercenary.
He's a
So
mercenary.
he's probably broke.
He grew up in a noble family, but he, like you, was probably one of the youngest sons, like fifth or sixth son in a family, and that's why he joined Soliers, because he's not like a diplomat or a nobleman. He's a mercenary.
It would probably be at a fancy restaurant.
Okay, so seeming.
Seeming, yes.
Are you both
So
in nice suits?
no, I would be wearing the outfit I wore for the gala,
Okay.
and then I would put him in. Oh God, what would I put him in?
You
Probably
look good in a
like
tux.
maybe not just the tux because tux are tux are boring.
They are.
So probably kind of like the Victorian European style outfit.
Okay. Yeah.
Not too many ruffles, but like a good amount of ruffles. And so it'll be like kind of like a fancy French restaurant that you would find in Paris.
Okay. All right. As you walk the streets and begin to get hungry, you find this small little. It's like a bistro, tucked back in amidst or against like one of the nicer parks within the central tier. And as you assess it, you realize that the clientele is very well dressed here, and quickly dart off to one corner and dig through the bag of holding, which Zax finds just absolutely adorable as you change quickly, and then he brings up the fact that he doesn't have anything that fancy, and you wham 5th level spell to fix that.
Snap my fingers.
Yeah, and he looks down at himself and kind of adjusts the ruffles and gives you a nod. Now we're ready for lunch.
Yes,
Head
we
in.
are.
We're treated to a lovely 5-course lunch fit with drinks and appetizers. The plates are smaller than you normally would get, but everything is so rich in flavor that by the end of it, you're not stuffed, but you are so just satisfied. And 10 gold poor, but very satisfied.
It's a lot less than 13,000.
Yeah, it's a lot less than
Ooh.
13,000.
You know.
And as
investment, don't worry about it.
as the bill comes out and they kind of leave the little placard on the table, and the waiter with the very, very well trimmed pencil thin mustache kind of bows and, anytime you're ready, says it to Zach, and you reach over and place down the small pile of gold coins in it to make that last flex. Zach is impressed. And it is a lovely, peaceful lunch, far away from hold monsters and family dramas.
The chaos
The
that is Rose.
The oncoming
You know.
storm when Rose learns about the nobleman problems, as well as the bill from the main guild hall. So far removed from whatever chaos Mia and Nick are causing, because you guys just let the two of them go off alone, and who knows what Fina got into here.
What's the worst that can happen?
What is the name?
To the city the city on fire.
Mia's not my responsibility, neither is Nick, so.
Use the name generator.
There's just pastel flames burning in the distance.
I feel like Nicholas would do okay at keeping Mia under control.
He's well skilled at it. They do a good job in Mechanus. It's just fun to paint Mia as a chaos monkey, because she is.
What's up with you and always having chaos characters?
I might
It's
have a
Gina.
type of characters that I like to play, okay? It might say something about me.
But you finish your lunch, and the next part of your date will pick up next session, which I guess, do we want to plan for our team tournament for next game, and we can do whatever's left in this day quickly at the beginning and then get into that, or do we want to plan for the game after? How much more fucking around do you guys think you have today? It's like
Endless fuckery.
let's call it 2 in the afternoon.
I mean, at least a decent amount. Like Rose and them need to have a conversation, I guess.
Okay. Let's have the
Right?
parties ready.
I was just saying, right? They gotta answer that.
There's no predicting how long that could take. So let's try to have the characters ready, and then we'll just have them in the wings for whenever our tournament of the CIA, the first official CIA inter-party tournament begins.
Today,
Yeah.
4 fighters.
Oh, right. 4 fighters.
He's like, all right, charge.
I just love my. I hadn't put any thought into mine because I didn't want to build mine until I knew everyone was going to be on board. I thought about building all 6 and then just being like, "This is your party. This is your party. This is your." But that's a lot of work. Like a lot of work. And
It's a lot.
this will be fun to see how you guys what you would build if you had the full power to build just an adventuring party. But no. Did I? Speaking of the Chaos Monkey characters, did we ever tell you about the time that Gina's character stole magic items from a magic shop in Icewind Dale using nothing more than a weasel?
No,
And Vash
I
was my
did
most
not hear
restrained
about
character.
Oh my god, Vash was honestly tame. He was like
he was
dark
more
and brooding.
tame, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
He was
and
restrained. But
They had a bag of tricks that Cassian, their ranger, had got early in the adventure.
Drakesol was
Yeah.
the player.
Yeah. And Cass had pulled for that day because, like, at the start of every day, she just would reach in and pull out 2 little bags of fur, and that was the animals that they got out of the bag of friends that day. And it could be anything from like a dire wolf to like a badger. And to be fair,
Or
the
a
badger
weasel.
went hard, or in this case, a weasel named Swiper. And they used this weasel and Cass's ranger abilities of being able to kind of communicate with animals to convince the weasel to go in and out of this magic shop over and over and over, triggering the alarm that they knew was there. Like, they knew that the shop was laced with alarm spells, which Manon's is as well. They're all over the place. Any self-respecting wizard is going to put them everywhere. And this magic item shop wasn't run by a wizard, but it was run by a shopkeeper who had hired a wizard because, Icewind Dale sucks. They used this weasel to trigger the alarm over and over and over for hours. At the wee hours of the night, like at 2 in the morning, because they're both elves and they don't need to sleep. They can just trance. Until he finally just stopped, like, inspecting every time that they would, the weasel would go under the door or go in through the window. He'd come down and be like, "What's going on?" and didn't see anything, and so he'd leave. And then the weasel would hide, and Swiper was just rolling really, really good stealth checks.
Yeah.
Like, could not be seen. Eventually, he just gave up, and so the 2 of them went in and cleaned him out.
Swipe or no swipey.
Yep.
Essentially.
Yep.
They got up the next day and they were hiding all the magic items that they'd taken, and they walked by the dude's store and he had like the police from Bryn Shindir out there like, "I am going to sue that wizard. That alarm spell." So, it was one of the first instances of your Chaos Monkey that tilted, because like I was like, "Oh, they'll be able to afford like
Manifesting.
1 of these magical items," and you walked out with all of them.
I don't think we'd rob Manon's here.
No.
If we didn't have a rapport with him, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd allow that.
No, Ken and Orius
Oh.
being in the party at the very beginning kept you guys on the straight and narrow. Unfortunately, Vash was very much not on the straight and narrow. And Illumine
And Farron.
Illuminate just Cassian was essentially, she was like a 60-year-old elf who literally was raised by wolves and lived in the woods, which for the entirety of their childhood never questions how wolves lived as long as an elf that lived 60 years, but it came up in the story. It was like, oh, that's interesting. Anyway, they didn't have a very, and the other Kyle's character was Goku.
Essentially.
Goku/Vegeta. Yeah. He played literally a Saiyan. He was a Saiyan monk. And we built him a Saiyan subclass to fight with. And he had to fight his dark self. And I had to kill his friends. Well, his dark self came to push him into Super Saiyan by killing his friends, but did it in a way where they didn't actually die, just got knocked unconscious, and then I had to move Farron into a 1v1 where he had to fight another Super Saiyan as a Super Saiyan. It was awesome. It was so cool. That was a crazy story.
But yeah, there wasn't much of a moral compass in that game, especially considering everybody just let Bash be the leader, and that was a terrible idea.
World's most
That man
reluctant
wanted
dad.
that man wanted to just die.
But the moment he regained his consciousness, he was like, I don't want to be here anymore. Well, I think at the very beginning, he was really like, okay, this could be.
At the beginning, he didn't know what the fuck was going on.
I don't know what this means. And then
he didn't remember anything.
Yeah, you got your memories back, and I broke you. I'm sorry.
We did have a very therapy session for him.
Yeah.
And this was around the time I was trying to record sessions and the recording failed.
Yeah. Was it after he turned to drugs?
I think so. But
I remember he hardcore actually turned to drugs.
The reason the recording
very
failed
suicidal
or was corrupted was because I would always, because I was using NVIDIA's NVIDIA's Shadowplay to record, and I would forget to turn it off before turning off my laptop. So hence
have that end cut.
Yeah.
I think at least on your channel, the only episodes are from the very end when Vash is already gone, and I think Farron was already dead at that point too.
Yeah, I mean they died. I think they died in the same session.
Yeah, they did.
No, they they did. Yeah,
in the same area.
In the same area, I think it was Vash died. We ended the session there, and then the next session,
and then Farron
died.
Yeah, Vash died. So and then we brought in Arclight, and
Cass was just getting more and more depressed.
God, his was so tragic because he just fell into nothingness. At least Vash found some semblance of peace.
Yeah, a little bit. He's somewhere. He still exists somewhere in this world.
Cass still has.
Just depends on what. Yeah, it depends on what Cass did and what she did with the ring.
You guys haven't gone far enough north to interact with her yet.
Would she have stayed up there? I wonder.
Yeah.
Or gone back
She's
down?
from up there. No, she's from up there.
That's true.
I mean, after we beat up Tiamat, we're free to do whatever.
Oh man, me and Aurora were talking about that the other night. It's gonna be so sad.
Right. I don't want it to
5
end.
years.
End the story.
It is going to be crazy whenever we finally finish it off.
Gonka Gourmet.
It just makes me get a new adventure.
It does.
Right. Just sequel. I like this world too much to leave it.
Yeah. Me too.
It also caused a lot of long running problems that we're gonna have to fix down the line.
Yeah.
Or somebody else will have to fix, and we just retire.
Yep.
Somebody
I'm really
else's
curious
job.
to see what everyone ends up doing in the aftergame, because
I don't know.
Like-
I don't. At this point, I don't know what Rose wants to do after. They don't think this is ever going to end.
I
Or-
mean that's why Kaz wants
Not
you
with
to
us
talk
alive,
about
yeah.
it. She keeps trying to get you to think about after, because you have to think about
I
after.
mean,
You need to have something worth fighting
Right?
for.
At this point, they just think they're gonna die.
Ken
You
is the
can't.
only one
but-
with a plan.
Yeah, Ken's got he's got a life that he needs to lead. Like,
Yeah, he was like, yeah, he was kind of like Rose at the beginning. He's like, I'm here because fuck the cult, and I don't know what I'm gonna do. I guess I'll just die.
yeah.
But now he has,
I will do this until
Now that he
either
has
I
Pretty
break or the wall breaks. And in this
Right.
case, you're just like the wall will break.
yeah. And then now I got Mia. I'm like, okay, well, I got to think about
You're motivated.
the future now, so I can have dreams now.
A future.
I mean, based
Gotta
on
have
these
something.
last few games, I'm wondering between Ken and Orius, which is the next person that's gonna have some sort of fucking relationship drama that Eidos is gonna have to step into.
I feel like Ken's already got this stuff like
Eidos
solved.
is everyone's auspice.
Yeah. Yeah, Ken's
And I know you
pretty
understand
attentive.
that because you've seen it. You've read
Ken's doing good.
Right? Ken's fine.
Yeah.
Their
All right,
relationship is solid.
All right, Orius, who are you gonna need Eidos the wingman to support you for, dog? Because we now have a running theme.
Lightning
Hey, Orpheus
cracks.
could be married. You'd never know.
Storm falls. A knock at the guild hall door, and the door opens, and an old dwarf holds out his hand. Orius, my old friend, I heard you came into some money.
Oh, come on. Come on. You old bastard.
I wouldn't cheapen it like that.
I feel like he might say it as a joke, honestly,
Yeah, probably.
because I feel like the mentor relationship they had was like kind of like goofy. Like they would joke with each other, like, "Ah, you're a fat short bastard. Shut up."
Okay, all right.
Right?
Like,
Would
just like
would
the goofy
Orius
stuff.
would Orius be interested in like being in a relationship?
Probably eventually. Like right now, I feel like
Someday.
he's like, I would love to have a relationship. However, the world is currently on fire, so let's fix that first.
See, that's what I went through with Ken though, in that you have to just do it because the world's on fire and maybe you won't get another chance.
I don't feel like Orius feels like that way. He's like, let's solve the problem. I'll solve the problem, and then I can worry about having fun.
Type A mentality. Focus.
I can't wait to hear how things are gonna go when Rose finds out he just spent $13,000.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to be like, just let Rose do Rose things. I
Hey,
will
I
get
mean-
out of there, buy my item, and if Rose asks what's that magic stone fire, I'm like, no, it's just a iron stone. It's just a casual.
What you got there, Smoothie?
What you got all there? Huh?
Just a stone. You
Don't
know,
worry
like
about
the cheap ones. Also, I want
There's not there's not even a record to sell for you. You're good.
With that iron stone, my charisma is now on par with Rose.
Hell yeah.
Your persuasion's the same.
Yeah, dude.
We both have plus 18.
Spell save
Right.
is
At least I
25.
can't roll. At least I can't roll below a 10.
Yes.
Shouldn't it be 24?
I also have a different item that also buffs my spell save DC.
Okay.
A stack. So it's very high spell save DC. Which
It
very
is
fun.
very high.
And my charisma's not even maxed yet. If it was maxed,
It's
I'd
fine.
have a 20 persuasion.
It's fine. I just need to find some of those. What were those demons called? The Rakshasa. That's what they're called. Just gotta use some Rakshasa.
Sasha do.
Nothing.
Don't worry about it.
They have backwards hands. That's it. That's the only
Yeah.
thing they do is they have backwards hands.
Definitely aren't immune to certain things. It's fine. No, don't look it up. That's cheating.
No, don't look it up.
Not the cheese, because I'm still going to play it Orius style, where I'm just like, you know what, you can be good. You just have to try really hard. You know?
Aren't they one of like the
That
most
doesn't matter.
evil creatures?
Yeah.
They
Good
can't
luck.
be affected by spells under 6th level.
Nope.
Sure can't.
That's fine. I got
It's
9th level spells.
Kind of
I know.
terrifying.
I know, but those low levels, those are the bread and butter.
Yeah,
Those are the ones that
important
churn away
ones,
things like legendary resistances.
And yeah, you can go up to 9th, but we only get one spell in each of those higher levels. So against that, you're working with like three spells.
I can convince them to be good. It's fine. I just need to.
Uh-huh.
He can change them.
Sure.
I gotta
I
go
can
to bed.
change them. I know.
It's
I will
past
change
midnight.
him from a demon to a
I
Have a good night,
know.
Ken.
But it's so fun.
Take it easy.
Yeah, that coffee's gonna be hitting good tomorrow.
Hell yeah.
I believe in you.
Yeah, take care.
Have a good night.
Yeah.
Alright. So
I did have ideas for Aureus afterwards, but